Department of Forestry, Fisheries indicated that the responsibility for animal welfare largely rests with the Department of Agriculture. My apologies, Land Reform and Rural Development. And then in between, we all know that there's a constitutional court ruling that happened around 2016. And then I should believe it was within that context that then our Minister for Environment, Forestry and Fisheries, and then she appointed a high-level panel committee to review the policies relating to matters of elephant, lion, leopard, and rhinos handling that include their management, breeding, hunting, and trade. And then they had to then look at all those issues. And then amongst other issues that had to be looked at was with relation to animal welfare in terms of conservation, management, treatment, and the use of rhinos, and then lion, elephant, and leopard in South Africa. These also had to deal with the issues around free roaming animals, managed wild animals, and then intensively bred animals and animals in captivity. Then these issues were saying that then that's why we're meeting, because one of the objectives on our part of the National Environment Management Biodiversity Act, NEMBO, has been amended to provide for the use of indigenous biological resources in a manner that is ecologically sustainable, including taking into account the well-being of any faunal biological resource involved. So the other issue that one also think we need also collaboratively work together, Chairperson, there's another important piece of legislation that unites these two portfolios. The Restitution of Land Rights Act 22 of 1994. This Act of Parliament has made it possible for our people, Chairperson, to claim back their land rights, including laying claims to entire protected areas in our, you will recall, Manyeleti Game Reserve and the national parks, especially several parts of our Kruger National Parks. Then our committee then will be interested, Minister, to know when the Department of Agriculture, Land and Reform and Rural Development comes in and exit the process of land claims in the national park. Because our experience with the land claimants around those national parks and stand parks show a high level of frustrations and resentment by local communities towards sandparks. Then the issue is that how could we then ourselves as this joint committee and including the two affected departments, and then how can we then ensure that these departments, they account to us and they, in the sense that they work in signage to achieve desired outcomes in the national parks. We are concerned that the way things are in the Kruger National Park on our side, we are turning poachers out of the land claim overnight. And due to the poor relations, I think there's somebody's mic that is continuously, oh, okay, just present maximum. So then the issue here on our part, if you go through the report on the high-level panel appointed to review policies, legislation, and practice related to this, it brings again, that report brings again our two departments together in terms of the recommendation of the report. Unless, Chairperson, there is a better way of doing this, but we need to bring the two departments together to hear who's doing what to ensure proper accountability and also avoid things falling into cracks, and then we can, at the end of the day, have something we call optimistic outcomes. Maybe then we don't need to continuously hold separate meetings on issues of common interest, but with the support of our respective staff, I think then we can then come together all the time, become strategic, and then we tackle these common issues together. Having said this, Honorable Mandela, I will then hand over to the Department of Land, Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development, then, because in terms of the program, they are the ones that need first present. And now that the minister is here, we'll definitely allow her to first introduce the presentation, and then she will decide who will then lead the presentation. Unless there's any other thing, Chairperson, before I hand over to the minister, you want to say?
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, the Honorable Memotambi. Let me also, honorable members, say good morning to all of you, Molweni, Khoyemore, Dumelang. And it gives me a great pleasure this morning to open our joint briefing session with the Portfolio Committee on Environmental Affairs as well as Forestry. We are reminded of what our founding father of our nascent democracy, President Nelson Rolihlahla Mandela, said, and I quote, "There can be no truer measure of the soul of a nation than how it treats its most vulnerable," close quote. Animals in captivity are equally vulnerable, and unless we act decisively on the recommendations of the high-level panel, we may well end up with the unintended consequences of some animals being more equal than others. The South African Constitution recognizes our duty of care and preserving the diversity of our flora and fauna for posterity. His Excellency President Mandela said, I quote, "If we do not do something to prevent it, Africa's animals and the places in which they live will be lost to our world and her children forever," close quote. That would be a grave tragedy. I believe that there are some 1 million animals which are being held in captivity worldwide, and we have a responsibility, honorable members, to ensure their protection and welfare. The high-level report reviewed a number of pieces of legislation and made relevant recommendations. The primary legislation in this regard is Act 1 of Animal Protection Act of 1962, the Animal Matters Amendment Act, Act 42 of 1993, the Performing Animals Act, Act 24 of 1935, and the Societies for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals Act, Act 169 of 1993. It is not my intention, honorable members, to engage these acts in any substantive way today. I believe that the high-level panel and the officials of the department, as led by the executive, that being the Honorable Mahmoud Didiza and the deputy ministers of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development, will be able to do an excellent job in taking us through the presentation that they've been able to submit to the joint committee. We want to thank them for their contribution and acknowledge them for it. The recommendations that arise from their work are far-reaching and will ensure that we will have the capacity and capability to advance the agenda of animal protection and welfare. In this regard, honorable members, let me welcome today's joint sitting of the Portfolio Committee on Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development, as well as Environmental Affairs and Forestry and Fisheries. the briefing on protection and welfare of animals. This is an important milestone, and we applaud the excellent work being done in this regard. Let me therefore, Honorable Chairperson Memutambi, invite the Honorable Minister Mamutidiza and the officials of the department to take us through the presentation. Mamutidiza.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson Nkosi Mandela, and also Chairperson Faith Mtambi, together with the members of Parliament present and my colleagues, the Minister of Environment and the Deputy Minister present here, and our senior officials. Indeed, we would like to appreciate this invitation and thank both portfolio committee chairpersons who have actually invited us to reflect on these matters of importance. As Honorable Mandela has indicated, the legislation that govern animal welfare and protection in South Africa, actually a number of those lie within the Department of Agriculture, while some lie within the Ministry of Environment and Forestry and Fisheries. It is therefore correct that the assessment of the high-level panel indicated areas of convergence around which we have to collaborate as these two ministries and department. We have sought to outline what each of these legislation encompass in terms of our presentation, but also in terms of the recommendations, how are we dealing with them going forward. There are some recommendations which in our view, chairpersons and members, we think we can make short-term interventions in terms of the regulations to ensure that there is no gap in those areas that have been identified, while some of them would look at the long-term amendment of some of these legislation to encapsulate the issues that have been rightly indicated by the panel. Also, we look at how we could integrate and have joint structures between the two departments to make sure that in the manner in which we manage animal welfare, there is actually a collaborative effort and there is alignment in how we undertake this responsibility. Chairperson, there is an issue that was raised by Honorable Mtambi, and I'll request through you, chairpersons, that maybe we might need to have a joint meeting because we were not prepared for that matter in this presentation today, particularly that looks at the restitution cases in the protected areas such as the Sun Park. I just want to flag that there had been an agreement, not even now, from the start of the restitution process that recognized the need for the protected areas to actually be kept as business entity, though acknowledging that there might be claims that are there. And there was agreement on how such claims would actually be managed, which would also allow the communities concerned to actually have an arrangement that would also be beneficial to them in how they participate in those sun parks. However, today we might not have had an insight that we would have had to present on this matter, chairpersons. And if you would agree with me, I will suggest that maybe we set up another portfolio committee meeting of the joint committees where we can deal in detail with the restitution matters under protected areas and how those are dealt with in terms of their resolution and how we include the Sun Park and the Department of Environment in those resolution of claims, but also what happens after in terms of supporting those communities who have claimed and how Sun Park has actually worked out arrangements for participation of those communities in the businesses of the park. I would now like, through your acceptance, chairperson, to allow Dr. Modisane to take us through the presentation in respect of the high-level panel recommendations and our response. Thank you very much, chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Minister Mamutidiza. Dr. Modisane, you may proceed.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair of the Portfolio Committee on Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development, and the Honorable Chair Mutambi. Dr. Mdisani is currently held up. Dr. Molefe will be the one who will be doing the presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable DG. Ntate Ramasodi, thank you. Ntate Molefe Legai.
Written Legai, Honorable Chairperson. Can I just ask for the presentation to be put on the screen, or should I do it on my side? I'm not sure.
Ralph, can you assist in that regard? Good morning, Ralph. Are you there?
Good morning, Chair. I'll just ask the Secretary to give me the rights to upload.
Okay.
Or maybe I can do it on my side, Chairperson, if that would be easier.
Okay. If you are able to, Ntate Molefe, please proceed. Yes, we can see it there. Let's put it on slide mode. Thanks.
All right. Can I? All right. Thanks, honorable members of parliament, honorable chairpersons, the minister and the deputy minister. As Mr. Ramasodi has indicated, I will be taking the portfolio committees through this presentation that is talking to the response of the department to the high-level panel recommendations as has been introduced. Honorable members, when we prepared a presentation, it was under the thought that the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment would have already laid the groundwork in terms of the high-level panel. So our presentation was on that assumption and is not necessarily going back into the panel recommendation in general and introducing the subject matter. So you will excuse us that we are now straight going into the recommendations without putting the background into the high-level panel itself, which we are of the thought that the DFFE will then do that when they present thereafter. The animal welfare legislation, honorable members, are guided, as honorable minister has indicated, and an honorable chairperson, Dr. Mandela, that they are covered under the Animals Protection Act, the Animal Matters Amendment Act, the Performing Animals Protection Act of 1935. And I must pause here to just indicate to honorable members that I remember way back in, I think, 2017, when this name, this year was mentioned, 1935. I remember honorable members at that point said, no, this is too old, therefore this needs to go. But I must then emphasize that there have been amendments, on this act, and so it's not as old as 1935. So there have been many amendments, and the last one being in 2016, honorable members. And then there's a Spca Act, as was mentioned, and this act gives then the authority of the Nspca to enforce, especially the Animals Protection Act. And also then to indicate that the animal welfare legislation is solely under the custodian of the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development. I must then apologize, honorable members, because slides 2 and 3 are the same. So I'll just switch to slide 4. And we thought, honorable members, that before we then go into the HLP, high-level panel report, maybe just to put the background in terms of the Animal Protections Act, and just to indicate what scope it has, and then also then to show honorable members that the legislation itself is relatively sufficient to then cater for the needs that are addressed in the HLP report. Starting with Section 2 of the Act of the Animals Protection Act, you can see, honorable members, that it provides for offenses in respect of animals. And this section covers almost every possible offense that can be meted against animals. both domesticated and wildlife. And I need to emphasize at this point, honorable members, that the Act does not select whether it's domesticated animals and wildlife, and therefore it should not be seen that wildlife has not been catered for in the Act. It is included, whether it be reptiles, whether it be companion animals like dogs and cats, like livestock, every one of those is included in the Animals Protection Act. We've just included maybe 3 areas that show that this Section 2 covers almost every possible situation of possible cruelty to animals that the Act then covers, including overloading, ill-treating, neglecting, and cruelly beating animals, confining animals, chaining, tethering, and securing of animals unnecessarily. And this is maybe where the wildlife factor then comes in terms of confining of animals. So this is also covered in the Act. Unnecessarily starving or underfeeding animals or denying them water and food is also covered. But then there's a lot of other areas that have been included there. So we just put this 3 to show honorable members that the Act itself covers almost every eventuality that is there. And Section 8 of the Act, which is also then an issue that has been factored into the HLP report, is on the issue of the powers and authority of the national societies for the prevention of cruelty to animals. Now, Section 8 then provides for an officer of the SPCA to be authorized by the local magistrate within where they need to enforce the Act. And these powers of the officer of the SPCA include, there's a few others, but we've just put this top 3: entering of premises for the purpose of examining the condition under which animals are kept, arresting any person who's suspect or on unreasonable grounds of having committed an offense, and the offenses we have just talked about under Section 2, and also to seize any animal or thing in a possession or custody of the person arrested, and then take that evidence to the police officers to then process it further. Now, the last part that we want to bring to the attention of the honorable members is Section 10 of the Act. Now, this section provides for the minister to make regulations. And some of the provisions under Section 10 is the minister can make provisions related to the method or form of confinement and accommodation of any animal or class, species, or variety of animal, whether traveling or stationary. Any other reasonable requirements which may be necessary to prevent cruelty to or suffering of an animal. Seizure, impounding, custody and confining of animals due to any condition of such animal. And also the last one, generally such matters as are required for the better carrying out of the objects of and purposes of the Act. Now, the last part, honorable members, and if you can look at also the second part, these 2 provisions of the Act then empowers the minister to make any regulations on any matter whatsoever that promotes animal welfare and deals with issues of violations of animal rights. So therefore, even the issues that are covered in the HLP, as we will then go into that, you can see that there is currently provision in the Act to then be able to make regulations that will then be dealing with such matters. Now then, going into the high-level panel report, honorable members, we have noted the report, and the report then recognizes inter alia that animal welfare is science-based, with a growing body of research and expertise that acknowledges that some animals are sentient beings that can be experience pain and suffering. And I must say that when we read in this, honorable members, we also then have to look at how then we factor in cultural diversity into this, because there is an issue where you may find that cultural diversity may not be captured well under science. But now, how do we factor into the when we then draft responses and legislation, how then do we balance between what science may be saying, if that may be a little bit at loggerheads in terms of cultural diversity, but those are things that will then have to be discussed as we go along. The HLP also then recognizes that poor welfare has been confounded by the unresolved confusion in mandate between the two departments, agriculture and environment, resulting in wildlife welfare being neglected. I may pause here, honorable members, to then say that in our view in agriculture, on the technical aspect of animal welfare, we do not find that there is confusion in terms of the mandates, in terms of animal welfare itself. The department is a sole custodian of the acts that have been indicated. And I must also emphasize that the acts, when you look at all four of them, there is no duplication. Every act has an area that it covers. And therefore, if one has to implement any provision of the animal welfare, it's clear which act applies at what particular forum. And therefore, that is something that we really need to, as we are looking at the acts, we should not just see 4 acts there and then, it ends up overwhelming, the reader to say which act, am I going to look at? It may be contradicting another act. There's no contradiction in terms of the provisions of all the acts. The treatment of animals is governed by various acts, and we've just mentioned that, honorable members, and the Nspca is legally mandated with the responsibility for animal welfare. We'll touch on this aspect as we then respond to the recommendations. The final recognition by the HLP that we have noted that is relevant to animal welfare is where acceptable solutions are not apparent. Practices that contravene animal welfare requirements may need to be identified for prohibition. And this is a very loaded statement that if we are in an area, a situation where there's no alternative, therefore the panel is basically recommending that such a practice should be considered for prohibition. And that is a statement that we also then are for. The panel then made recommendations. Some have nothing to do with welfare, so we are limiting our response to those that have to do with welfare. And you will see that there are 4 that we have noted. The first one being taking a one welfare approach, and the Minister of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment should immediately initiate a process to engage with welfare and well-being issues across the sector. This is specifically for the Minister in Forestry, Fisheries and Environment, and therefore we will then skip that in our response, and the colleagues in DFFE will then respond to that one. The ones that then affect us as DALRAT is number 2 to number 4. Number 2 being the Minister to engage with DALRAT to clarify overlapping mandates for welfare and well-being, and the role of the Nspca with the aim to rationalize legislation where appropriate and develop standard operating procedures to provide clear guidance to government and the wildlife sector on roles and responsibilities. We will then talk to each one, in the few coming slides. The third one being to consider delegation of powers for welfare inspections to a broader group of suitable qualified people. And the last one being to develop a minimum norms and standards for welfare within all aspects of the sector relating to the 5 iconic species. Now, if we were to then go into each one and then talk to the interventions or the recommendation, how to then deal with those recommendations. The first one being where the Minister of DFFE would then engage with DALRAT to clarify the overlapping mandates. The interventions that we are then bringing on the table and what we have already done and what we are planning to be doing is number 1, to then indicate to honorable members that the various meetings have already been held in response to the HLP report. And those matters, those meetings have discussed possible areas of collaboration where there's possible duplication, how to deal with those things. In relation to HLP report, but also broader in terms of game meat processing, also in terms of how to deal with the animal welfare bill, and those things are all related to animal welfare. So those meetings have been held. There have been a few meetings that have occurred. And the role of the Nspca, which is also then contained in the recommendation, as a sole enforcer of the Animals Protection Act, is being addressed in the draft Animal Welfare Bill. Then lastly, the roles and responsibilities of the different stakeholders covered in the Act, gaps that exist, need to be identified and addressed. And I'm overthinking that honorable members would then go and ask a question as to, now what is the status of the Animal Welfare Bill? Because now we are talking about this matter of the Nspca being addressed in that bill. And just to respond to that, to preempt that question, honorable members, we are still currently drafting the bill internally, and internally I mean within government itself. So we haven't been to a point where we are now engaging stakeholders, external stakeholders. So at this point is now the DALRAT and the Animal Welfare Working Group, which consists of all 9 provincial departments of agriculture. And recently we have now included DFFE into the working group. So this is the group that will then be taken through and completing the draft. And that draft will then go into a selected panel of experts that will then draft it for general public consultation. So that is where we are currently. Recommendation number 2 that we are responding to is the one that talks to considering delegation of powers for welfare inspections to a broader group of suitably qualified persons or people, similar to the approach of EMIs to support compliance and enforcement in the welfare. And as we said earlier, that we are addressing this as a long-term intervention to make provisions for such authorization and delegation in the animal welfare bill that is being drafted. So that will be a long-term measure, and I take it that honorable members will then come across this document when it then reaches Parliament, but also then during the public consultation. But as a short-term intervention to address this is something that we have had a lot of inputs from general public about why does the Nspca seem to be having this exclusivity in terms of enforcing the act, and why are other welfare organizations not given the same privilege of enforcing this act. Now, the way that we can do it and that we are proposing to then look into that aspect, and as we talked about Section 10 of the Animals Protection Act, then gives us provision to be able to do something about it. And we are therefore thinking of then drafting regulations that will then allow for the delegation of powers for welfare inspections to persons other than the Nspca to be developed. And as you know that the Spca already is there in the Act. Therefore, in terms of factoring in other welfare organizations, then we are able to then draft the regulations that will then talk to that. So this is something that we are thinking of then going into that option to then be able to address this recommendation of the HLP report. The other recommendation then talks to developing minimum norms and standards for welfare within all aspects of the sector relating to the 5 iconic species. And as we have indicated as well under Section 10 of the Act, norms and standards for welfare will be or are to be developed under the current Animals Protection Act. And the way then to do that, our thoughts are that we will then constitute expert panels to prepare draft norms and standards as may be required for various animal groups. I must emphasize, honorable members, that the Animals Protection Act deals with a variety of animals. And therefore, the HLP report is but one of those areas that the Act and the department is looking into. I must say, honorable members might also know that there's even a crisis now where there's an issue about live transportation of animals by sea, which is something also that is then being factored under the Animals Protection Act. Now, it may not be possible for the department to then be able to then deal with each specific aspect of the act or animals protection or animal welfare, because it's a very wide spectrum. And therefore, this is where now then get experts panel. And in this case, we'll then get expert panels that are related to the 5 iconic species that will then be constituted and then be able to draft the norms and standards. And those norms and standards can then come in as regulations that the minister will then promulgate, and then also then give the relevant persons the right to then also enforce those particular norms and standards. So we're just emphasizing the fact that the current Animals Protection Act is sufficient to be able to be used and not rush the animal welfare bill, all because of a thinking that there is no legal provision at the moment to then deal with the current areas that need attention. There is also a note in the high level panel, which may not necessarily come through as a recommendation, but we noted that there is a lack of representation of wildlife and DFFE in welfare structures such as the Nspca. And the recommendation was that should be addressed. And just to respond to the DFFE representation in the welfare structures, we are here to report that the DFFE has been included in the DALRAD-led Animal Welfare Working Group, which constituted prior to this inclusion of, as I reported earlier, of the DALRAD and provincial departments of agriculture. So that has been done. The DFFE is a member of that working group, but this is an internal government working group, honorable members, and therefore, unfortunately, we cannot bring in external stakeholders into that forum. So it's just an internal working group that reports to MINTEC, and therefore we cannot then bring in membership from external. And now, in terms of the Nspca board, honorable members, this is a legislated board composition. And therefore, if we are to then include the DFFE and other stakeholders in the Nspca board, this will then require amending the Spca Act to factor that. So that would be a long-term, solution if that is a position that the honorable members would then want to advocate. Then there's also an area that the HLP report then covered in terms of capacity development in animal welfare. And we are very much in support of this, that there is a need to do that. And as a department, we are considering the training of veterinarians, animal scientists, animal health technicians, and conservationists, and others that are relevant on animal welfare through short courses and also postgraduate training. And I must emphasize that this is a matter that the minister is passionate about. And as recent as yesterday, the minister also then mentioned the issue that there needs to be training of veterinarians in terms of biosecurity and other aspects, which include animal welfare. And this is a matter that we have noted that we need to have a good capacity building programs, short courses, but also postgraduate training, so that we then also develop the necessary expertise to deal with animal welfare, which is a very rapidly changing environment, and therefore we need risk analysts, we need all those animal welfare specialists that will then be guiding us in terms of making the relevant policies on that matter. And there's also liaison that we are implementing with the international partners such as the OIE, or the World Organization for Animal Health, on development of relevant training courses. And a few years back, 1 or 2 colleagues from DALRAD were then taken through training in Italy on animal welfare. And that member is one of those members that are then assisting us in terms of the drafting of the animal welfare bill. And I must also then mention that even the University of Pretoria has now introduced a postgraduate diploma in terms on animal welfare. And this is an area that we're looking into, then pushing in maybe a few officials to then go through the training. And they will be in a better position to advise us on animal welfare as we go along on this matter. Thank you very much, honorable members and honorable chairpersons. Thanks.
Thank you, Ntate Molefe. Dijin, Ntate Ramasodi, let us also take the second presentation together with this, and then we'll open the sessions for questions of clarity on both the presentations.
Chair, we have made the submission in terms of the acts that we have, and we are ready to take the questions, Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Ramasodi. Chairperson, Honorable Mutambi, would you like to start with your honorable members in the Committee of Environment, Forestry and Fisheries?
Thank you so much, Chairperson, for the opportunity. Also to again further take this opportunity to welcome Minister Chrissy and Deputy Minister Sochu. Without wasting much time, I think we'll then allow the Minister to present so that we will be able then to deal with all the presentations collectively in terms of question and answer sessions. I'm doing that because we are also, me and the chairperson, we are pressed for time. We have a chairperson's meeting, I think at around 12:30. So if the colleagues can allow us to then allow the Minister for Forestry, Fisheries and Environmental Affairs to then lead the presentation, we can then collectively deal with those presentation at the end of both presentation. I see honorables hand is up, Singh's hand is up.
Joint chairpersons, ministers, no, I'll ask questions when the minister, let DFFE minister present, and then I could ask questions. Thank you.
Okay.
I have another commitment at 11 o'clock on the budget briefing as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Over to you, Honorable Minister Chrissy, and welcome.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and good morning to yourself and to the Honourable Chair of the Agriculture and Rural Development Portfolio Committee. Let me also acknowledge my colleague, Minister Didiza, our Deputy Minister, Ms. Makotso Sochu, and of course, all the honourable members who are with us in this meeting, as well as the many stakeholders who have an interest in this matter. Chairperson, because you are pressed for time, I'm not going to give a long introduction other than to assure the committee that there is a firm working relationship between ourselves and Minister Didiza's department on a range of issues. This animal welfare issue being one, land restitution being another, and of course there would be other areas where we would also be working together in terms of small farmers and so on and so forth. Let me hand over immediately. I'm with DDG Flora Mokolwa, who is our Deputy Director General responsible for biodiversity and conservation, and she will do the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Minister. Over to you, DDG.
Thank you very much, Minister, honorable members, and colleagues and stakeholders. So we're going to cover how we have incorporated the recommendation for the recommendation from the high-level panel on captive animals. Next slide. So this is the presentation outline, which will cover the background, the existing legislative mandates on biodiversity conservation and animal welfare, the developments in the biodiversity sector in respect of the level panel recommendations relating to welfare and captive animals, the legislative developments that we're involved with as DFE, and the establishment of the forum and the operational developments. Next slide. So as a background, there's been recent court judgments that are linked to the welfare of wild animals in respect of conservation, particularly the two judgments which were the Nspca versus Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development, and another in 2017, where conservation and animal welfare reflect intertwined values, and another judgment in relation to the Nspca and the Minister of Environmental Affairs in 2019, which recognized that although the minister may not have a legislative mandate to regulate welfare in terms of NEMBA, which is the Biodiversity Act, welfare considerations must be taken into account in decision-making processes. Decision-making processes in this case may relate to decisions on approval or refusal of permits, setting quotas, registration of facilities, etc. And the national biodiversity legislation currently does not contain empowering provisions related to the regulation of the welfare of wild animals, whether in captivity or in the wild. Next slide. In respect of existing legislative management mandates, we know about Section 22 of the Constitution, which provides broad environmental rights to everyone and requires reasonable legislation to be one of the measures to promote conservation in order to give effect to environmental rights. And Section 24 does not necessarily assign the legislative mandate to any particular cabinet member. And in terms of the Constitution, nature conservation is a concurrent competence in terms of is a concurrent competence between province and national. And as such, biodiversity is protected. The sustainable
Honourable
use of biodiversity resources is.
Honourable Chairperson, can we ask DDG through you to turn off her camera because her sound is very poor? Thank you.
Yes, thanks for that intervention, Minister. And then can she make also a slides, full slides?
We can move to the next slide.
Make your slides, full slides, please.
The slides are with the parliamentary officer, Chairperson. Thank you. So moving on to existing legislative mandates, which is the next slide. NEMBA,
the parliamentary officer, can the parliamentary officer make sure that he shows one slide at the point, full screen?
Sorry, Chair, trying to get that done.
Can I proceed?
Chair, apologies, I don't seem to be able to put it on full slide.
Let's proceed.
Chairperson, can I proceed now?
Sure, proceed.
Thank you, Chairperson. So in terms of, thank you, Chairperson. In terms of existing legislative mandate, the welfare of animals, including wild animals in captivity or under the control of a person, is regulated in terms of the Animal Protection Act and the Performing Animal Protection Act. The administration was initially with the Minister of Justice, but later assigned to the cabinet member responsible for agriculture. And most provincial biodiversity acts and ordinances have limited or no empowering provisions to regulate welfare. Next slide. In terms of the development within the biodiversity sector, next slide, please. The minister appointed the high-level panel in 2019, and the mandate of the panel was to assess policies, legislation, and practices relating to the management, the breeding, the hunting, trade, and handling of elephant, rhino, lino, and leopard, and to make recommendations thereon. And the report was adopted in cabinet and publicly released on the 2nd of May 2021. The HLP report contains a total of 18 goals and 60 recommendations. So in terms of further development, is that the HLP has identified 7 cross-cutting areas that will require a deeper understanding in order for the HLP to make informed recommendations. And animal welfare was one of these cross-cutting issues. The HLP then established a subcommittee to deliberate on each of the 7 cross-cutting areas. Next slide. So the HLP subcommittee on welfare identified the following: the lack of an overarching wildlife welfare policy, fragmented welfare legislation, and lack of clarity regarding institutional arrangements, insufficient capacity of the Nspca, and flaws in its functioning model, in the sense that it depends largely on donor funding, the poor understanding and application of welfare legislation, and the lack of broader regulation, specifically regulating wildlife activities, and the lack of BFFE on welfare structures, and lack of an integrated welfare approach, such as in one welfare approach, and the lack of welfare standard for captive populations. And moving on to the recommendations that were made by the subcommittee. Okay, we can move on to the next slide. So here we've dealt with each and every recommendation that was made by the subcommittee. The first one was around taking one welfare approach, and that the minister, which is the Minister of BFFE, should immediately initiate a process to engage with welfare and well-being issues across the sector with a view to including elements within conservation and sustainable use policy for the sector. And the progress that we've achieved in that regard is that we are setting up a wildlife welfare forum. The inscription meeting is planned for next week, Monday. We do have interim terms of reference that we have developed, which we hope will be adopted at the meeting. The second was relating to the minister engaging with DALRA to clarify overlapping mandates for welfare and well-being and the role of the Nspca, with the aim to rationalize legislation where appropriate and develop standard operating procedures to provide clear guidance to government and the wildlife sector on roles and responsibilities, and further to consider delegation of powers for welfare inspections to a broader group of suitably qualified people, similar to the approach of EMIs, environmental management inspectors, to support compliance and enforcement in the welfare. And the progress is that we are about to finalize the MOU with BFFE and DALRA, and we have developed draft standard operating procedures between BFFE and Spca and provincial conservation authorities. This is about to be finalized. Next slide, please. The next recommendation relates to developing minimum norms and standards for welfare within all aspects of the sector relating to the 5 iconic species, and further incorporating humane and responsible management practices, including for animal welfare and well-being, into the ethos and regulation of wildlife management in South Africa, and the development and implementation of a national and responsible hunting standard for the 5 iconic species that addresses the ecological, economic, and social aspects, inclusive of welfare consideration. And further, that the minister should investigate and, where necessary, prevent the export of live specimens of the 5 iconic species outside of the range state, or into captivity in other countries, thereby protecting their iconic African status, their welfare, and our unique economic advantage. The progress in that regard is that a process has been initiated to obtain approval to appoint a single source provider to conduct an extensive stakeholder consultation process in preparation for developing norms and standards relating to the management of elephant, rhinos, leopard, and lion and leopard, which will incorporate aspects relating to operational management of the species, responsible hunting, welfare, and the management of these animals as meat-crossing animals. Next slide, please. The recommendations in relation to captive animals or in respect of rhino is to recognize the conservation value and contribution of existing semi-intensive rhino population and the extreme agency to develop an inclusive and integrated solution to the rhino conservation and poaching problem. The minister has to immediately put in place a process for phasing out COPS regulations and or protected species and other legislative registrations of and permits of captive breeding operations with solutions that allow for optimal conservation outcomes for captive and semi-intensive populations and long-term sustainability of rhino. The progress is that given the current rhino poaching problem and the need to recover rhino populations in the wild, the breeding operations for rhinos will not be phased out with immediate effect. And the next recommendations relate to the agency, the minister, to clarify the site breeding operations registrations. CITES is the Convention of International Trade on Endangered Species, and other forms of production for trade registration for international trade under the CITES regulation, CITES certification as specimen, and trade in horn from captive rhino will not be officially supported and or approved until the recommendations of option 3 of the Committee of Inquiry and Rhino Action Plan are fully addressed, noting that all rhino, including from captive specimen, may in the future be permitted for trade if approved by CITES. The progress in this regard is that a draft policy position for the conservation and ecologically sustainable use of elephant, lion, leopard, and rhino was circulated for comment. It was released to the public. We released over 8,000 objectives and over 40,000 petitions in support from national stakeholders, and also more than 60,000 petitions from stakeholders elsewhere in support also signed their petition. Next slide. The next recommendation relates to the minister to agency consult with strong participation with private owners of captive rhino breeding operations, plan for their coherent integration into a national long-term strategy for rhino conservation, social transformation, and tackling rhino horn trade consistent with the Rhino Action Plan, including innovative short-term incentivization for rhino owners. And the progress is that we have held 2 workshops with the rhino stakeholders, one in July and another one in October, and further consultations will take place on an ongoing basis. And further to reverse the trend towards captive rhino population and intensification of management must include planning reintroduction to the wild in South Africa and regionally in other range states where there are safe destinations, subject to assessment of adequate security and identified destination. And this also relates to the ongoing stakeholder consultations that we are holding. Next slide. Then further that the minister puts in place a process to hold and in respect of lion, the domestication of our iconic lions through captive lion keeping, breeding, and commercial use, putting in place ethical and humane procedures for euthanasia of existing captive lions. And the progress here is that we do have the draft policy position that I alluded to earlier on that was circulated for public comment, and we are processing the submissions from that process. And that the minister puts in place policy decision for an immediate halt to 1, the sale of captive lion derivatives including appropriate disposal of existing lion bone stockpiles and lion bone from euthanized lions, the hunting of captive bred lions, and tourist interactions with captive lions, including the so-called voluntourism, petting, etc. And in this regard, the progress is that the necessary regulatory provisions will be consulted with the public once the public policy position has been implemented. Just for the committee to note that the HLP did not make any specific recommendations relating to captive elephant or captive leopard. Next slide, please. So in respect of the developments in the biodiversity sector, I did allude to the policy development. So we do have the draft policy position for the conservation and ecologically sustainable use of these iconic species. We have published the draft policy position in the Government Gazette on the 28th of June 2021 for a period of 30 days. And then further, we extended that, and it was published again on the 14th of September to extend the comment period with another 13 days. And the final closing date for comments was on the 14th of October 2021. As indicated, we are in the process of processing the submissions that we received, the over 8,000 objectives compared to the petitions that are in support the policy positions, 14,500 national petitions and 60,000 in support that we received. And due to the extensive nature of submissions and diversity of views received, the department has decided first to proceed with a white paper on biodiversity and sustainable use, which will be the overarching policy for the sector. Next slide. And further, in respect of this white paper that we are developing, members will recall that in 1997, there was a white paper on environmental management policy, which provides the overarching environmental management policy for the country. And also further, there was a white paper on the conservation and sustainable use of South Africa biological diversity. It was published for comment in 1997, but not implemented at the time. And therefore, currently we are developing a broader white paper on biodiversity and sustainable use. Next slide, please. In regard of the intergovernmental relations, we are in the process of finalizing the MOU between DFFE and DALRAD, which will enhance cooperation in areas of common interest, which include areas of overlapping mandates, such as welfare and streamlining of legislation. As indicated, we are also finalizing the standard operating procedures between DFFE, Nspca, and provincial conservation authorities. And this will establish a basis for collaboration between the Nspcas, the EMIs on welfare compliance and enforcement related matters, and broadly states the legal mandates of the EMIs and the Nspca. And further, in respect of stakeholder engagement, as indicated, we are establishing a wildlife welfare forum, and the mandate of the wildlife welfare forum will be limited to the welfare of animals in the wild and will not apply to other animals elsewhere. It is envisaged that key partners such as DALRAD, Nspca, provincial conservation authorities, and welfare organizations will form part of the wildlife welfare forum. I think this is the last slide, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, TDG Mukhur. Colleagues, those are the two presentations. There were a lot of hands initially. We'll then give Honorable Singh the privilege to ask the questions first. As he has said, he's going to attend to some other stuff. Also to welcome you, Honorable Weber. We had noted your apology earlier. So can I see a show of hands of colleagues who want to interact with all these two presentations? As the hands will be coming up, I can allow Honorable Singh to start. I see Honorable Brian Paulson, Phillips, Weber. The other hands will be coming as well. Over to you, Honorable Singh.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. And once again, I greet the ministers, deputy ministers, colleagues, department officials that are on site. And I think this is quite a historic meeting, chairpersons, that we've been able to get the two executive authority members responsible for the respective portfolios and for the two chairpersons on a similar platform. And to me, this seems like a process of Matiba of courting. I see the two departments and officials are courting each other. So we just trying finding each other. We haven't got engaged as yet. But as we court each other, I think it's very, very important for serious engagement. And having listened and just speaking generally on the presentations made, there's a lot of intentions, but unfinished business. And we really would need to know by the end of this meeting exactly what timeframes are going to be put in place to finish this unfinished business. So we can come to a memelo and we can come to all the other procedures and then Uzoshata eventually, so that we have outcomes that speak to the recommendations of the high-level panel, which were adopted by the Fifth Parliament, I might add. And I think that's something both ministers need to know, that the recommendations of the high-level panel were adopted by Parliament. So it's an official document and it's official injunction from Parliament. And, you know, we went through this matter in the Fifth Parliament. Now we're midway of the Sixth Parliament. And certainly, you know, we really need to get our act on the road with particular timeframes. So, you know, the Honorable President spoke about red tape in SONA, and this is what I see. This is what I see, a lot of red tape, and let's hopefully we can cut through this tape and they can deliver on what exactly we require, and we need to be given a time frame. The second general point is, Honorable Chairperson, is that the gentleman from Department of Agriculture and I think Environment did say that there are regulations in place and there can be short-term interventions. What I would like to know that in terms of current regulations for which the respective ministers have mandates, are those regulations being enforced? Because, you know, we need not wait for Mshato and things like that for things that we can do to be done. You know, each one must look after what happens in their own homes and their own backyards by enforcing. The other question I'd just like to ask is the gray areas, and I think, you know, they've spoken about some of the gray areas. The Wildlife Welfare Forum that one is talking about to be established by 28th February. Perhaps the minister, our minister, when I say our minister, DFFE, can give us some idea on what thought is going into who will make up this forum and what the terms of reference would be. And would this forum need to be approved by cabinet? And has it gone through cabinet if it needs to go there? Because, you know, with regards to the high-level panel, Minister Creasy, we did have certain challenges. You know, after the panel was formed, there were organizations that came along and spoke about things. And issues, like I say, enforcing regulations, the lion captives, kept in captivity, the quota for lion bone exports, etc. These are things that we need to make sure that our law enforcement officers are on top of, because there are regulations in place. So I will stop at that point, Honorable Chairperson, and listen in to the responses, but try and join this other meeting at 11 o'clock, because I really want to come back for the matters arising from minutes, in particular relating to the St. Lucia estuary. So thank you very much for the opportunity. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Singh. Can I hand over to Honorable Bryant?
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and good morning to all the ministers and everybody present on the meeting and colleagues from the other portfolio committee. Chairperson, I've got a few questions, and I think with there appearing to be a bit of a time issue, I'd just like to request upfront that if some of these questions aren't answered during the meeting, that we are given the opportunity to submit these in a written format and have those answered. I know we've done that previously, but just to confirm if that would be possible. Chairperson, just firstly, in terms of the presentation from Dallard, I think there are Honourable Singh has spoken to this already in terms of the kind of action that's required, as opposed to a significant amount of telling us what is going to be done and telling us what the officials intend to do, but very little in terms of specific timeframes and timelines, and more importantly, deadlines. Who is being held accountable, and who is ensuring that these KPIs effectively are being followed through on. In terms of slide 8, it's spoken about various meetings that have been held between Dallard and DFFE. Can you tell us how many of these meetings have been held, and a little bit more about these meetings? All we have there is that there are various meetings. What's the timetable for the introduction of the Animal Welfare Bill? When is it intended to be tabled effectively? What's the goal? What's the time frame and the timeline that you're looking at in terms of that? In terms of, there was another point that was raised by the presenter. He spoke around cultural diversity not being captured under science, and that cultural diversity was at odds with science in terms of making certain decisions. I just want to know if you can give a specific example of what he's speaking about, just to kind of fill us in as to exactly what he's talking about, where there is a conflict between science and cultural diversity. He also mentions in the presentation, it says that some animals are sentient. Is there a list of which ones are deemed to be sentient and which ones aren't? And how does Dallard define sentience? If one's looking at the capacity to suffer as your indicator, then one could potentially apply that to all animals with the nervous system. So is there a list of which animals Dallard deems to be sentient and which ones they deem not to be sentient? Because if they're saying some are, then there must be a list somewhere that they use as reference. So I'm just interested to know what that is. And then just in terms of the DFFE presentation, has the minister requested that Cabinet establish the interministerial committee that was proposed in point 9.3.7.3 in terms of the recommendations of the HLP? I didn't hear that referred to in the briefing. Maybe I missed it. There's no mention of the proposed NEMLA amendment, which would empower the minister to prohibit certain activities that may negatively impact on the well-being of animals. And then in terms of page 11, when is this MOU between Dallard and the DFFE going to be signed? The presenter did say we're going to sign it soon. When is soon? Is that next week? Is that 3 months? Is that next year? What's the time frame around the signing of that MOU? When is that going to happen? And then has there been any engagement between the Minister of Dallard to clarify the overlapping mandates for welfare and well-being? If there has, can you advise us when those engagements took place? And if they haven't, when you intend on setting those engagements up. And then just finally, in terms of leopard, DFFE has admitted that leopard are quite uncommon, and they also don't know how many we have exactly in South Africa. Are leopard hunting permits still being granted? And what's the process for this in light of the uncertainty around current leopard numbers? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you so much, Honorable Bryant. Can I allow Honorable Bryant to ask the question?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, if I maybe repeat some of my questions, I do apologize. I just had a call. Chairperson, in terms of, and maybe let's start with the Department of Agriculture. They're quite expensive. Maybe let's start here, Chairperson. I am quite worried about the fact that we are not seeing clear-cut timelines. We are talking about the Wildlife Welfare Forum. We are talking, as Honourable Bryant has mentioned, we are talking about a discussion between agriculture and DFE to discuss, welfare and well-being, and I'm not seeing when these will take place. So I would just like to find out, would it be possible for both departments to give us timelines, clear-cut timelines, in terms of the Wildlife Welfare Forum, when they will actually be meeting, when discussions will be held, who will be part of that, and really more details in terms of the Wild Welfare Forum, who will be allowed to actually partake in this forum, and so forth. And then in terms of the Animal Welfare Bill and the regulations that Department of Agriculture made mention of throughout their presentation and their recommendations, when are we actually going to be seeing these on table? When are we going to be seeing this animal that we talk about? What are the timelines, Chairperson, in terms of that? In terms of wildlife, Chairperson, I am worried that my impression is that we are not getting clear-cut stakeholder consultation. Specifically speaking to wildlife, I think Honourable Bryant mentioned leopards, but I know as well in terms of rhino stakeholders were consulted with widely, and you did make mention of lions, but I'm not seeing lion stakeholders being interviewed as widely as that. And I would just like to know, why was that, and are they considering doing that? And then in terms of, and now I only made a note that said about to be finalized. It was the DDG that mentioned many things are about to be finalized. When we are talking about about to be finalized, Chairperson, I would really like to find out, about to be finalized, is that this term? Is that within the semester, meaning 6 months? Is this within 2022? Can we just find out, because I think the uncertainty to a large extent is also causing big problems within within the, let's say, wildlife sphere, if I can broaden it to that. And Chairperson, maybe just the last thing is, I have a fear that we are speaking of having a bill and granting powers to people, but we're not seeing, besides the Nspca, granting access to other wildlife organizations, assisting in ensuring that acts are fulfilled, ensuring that the welfare and well-being of animals are taken care of. And these regulations, to me personally, feel a bit, to say the Afrikaans, spookasem. They're clouds here in the top. And I'm scared to see that with other, for example, biodiversity regulations we've seen announced by Department of Agriculture, a lot of things aren't practically able to be implemented at, for example, slaughter lots or auction, at auction lots. And that is a fear, Chairperson, that these regulations will not necessarily be practical in these industries. Chairperson, but maybe let me leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I allow Honorable Paulsen to ask the questions that he wants and put up his comments? Honorable Paulsen.
Thank you, Chairperson, and I'm putting on my camera just for you. Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you to the presenters, and thank you, Honorable Mandela, for the lovely introduction to this meeting. Chairperson, I think, you know, the biggest challenge we have as a country, and indeed as a government as well, is capacity. And as part of our development, we need to build state and government capacity. So there has been an indication of programs and one or two people that's been trained in the EU, I think. So I'd like to know, in terms of the department, if there's a registry of trained professionals within the department, and how often they are taken on new causes to constantly be trained on important issues like conservation and the new regulations. And then I'd also like to know whether we've considered the World Organization for Animal Health, the OIE, their standards, and whether we've incorporated it into our laws and policies, and whether government is supportive of the Universal Declaration on Animal Welfare. And then also, I don't know, you know, and I think I echo the sentiments of my colleagues, where we'd like to know what the meetings between the two departments have been all about, because one of the criticisms about the welfare of wild animals in South Africa is that it's been thrown under the bus by departments and inappropriate legislatures or legislators, as it were. So I'd like to know also if we could have a record of those meetings and what it's been about, and what are the issues that were addressed in those meetings. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you so much, Honorable Paulsen. Can I give this opportunity to Honorable Masipa? Honorable Masipa.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning to ministers, Minister Chokoti Disa and Minister Krisi. Good morning, and colleagues. Good morning. Thanks once again, Chair, for the presentation. I think some of my questions have been asked, especially the question with regards to whether South Africa support the Universal Declaration on Animal Welfare. But I think the very important question maybe to the Department of Agriculture is, how are they going to deal with this concurrent function? Obviously, there's national, provincial, and local government. And I'm asking this question because we have got the municipalities that are really poor in terms of really doing their work. And they have demonstrated the lack of capacity. So I think the big question is that being highlighted as one of the challenges? And if it's a challenge, as to how the government is going to deal with it, and especially, you know, with regards to their parks that are closer to the, that are in the municipalities. In 2014, Chair, South Africa received a D out of a possible A, B, C, D, E, F, G on World Animal Protections, Animal Protection Index. I think the question is, I just want to know about this D rating. What does it mean, you know, in terms of how we do in terms of the animal protection as South Africa? Chair, I think many of my issues have been covered by my colleagues, especially the timelines. because in number of the foresters presentation number, slide number 11 and number 12, number 13, there are quite good recommendations there, but there are not clear timelines in terms of when are those they're going to be executed. I think it would really be good that we get an idea as to what are the timelines with regards to execution. And I think, as Honorable Paulson said, that the big challenge for us really as a government, or not as for us, but for the government, is the lack of capacity. Presentation are quite easy; they do them very, very well. But in terms of really implementing these things is a big problem. Maybe just the last one to Minister Togo Didisa. As you will understand that we have got serious challenges with regards to the vaccines and the support of the animal welfare, especially the livestock and the farmers. So what is the capacity looking like in terms of really supporting these bills? Because really with the current capacity, definitely we have got a serious challenge to really ensure that we live up to what is expected from the recommendation, let alone, the wildlife animals. Our own livestock, for our farmers are really challenged with regards to the support. And really, Minister, I must say that we really support your work to ensure that we get our livestock, sorted. But I think we truly need to really get deeper into those areas of vaccines and ensuring that OBP gets to its normal operation. And thanks very much, Chair.
Thank you so much, Honorable Masipa. Can I then allow Honorable Phillips to take the platform? Honorable Phillips.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Chair, and thank you so much to the presenters for the presentations. I have quite a few questions. The ones I don't get answers to now, you're welcome to reply in writing. Thank you so much. The first thing I'd just also like to emphasize is the lack of timelines. I think from the presentation, we can see that everybody understands that this is an issue that has to be addressed. It just, though, seems like there's no urgency to do that, and it's just being kicked down the road for a later stage. So on slide 7, my colleague also referred to this, that some animals are considered to be sentient. What I'd like to know is, what was the measure used to determine which animals are sentient and which aren't? And then there are a number of references to meetings held between the two departments. Could we maybe just have a synopsis of when they were held and what the outcomes were of each meeting? Then there's two conflicting statements. The one statement says that animal welfare is a rapidly changing area. However, we also then told, well, we mustn't rush the bill. We must do this carefully. And the other statement was that the regulations we have at the moment will suffice. Now, if it is such a rapidly changing area, then surely recommendations, even if they were upgraded in 1993, are not actually sufficient. So I'd like to take that into consideration. A lot has been said about the Spca and their role, and they do play an incredible role along with the Animal Anti-Cruelty League. But what I would want to ask is what kind of funding is being considered for the Spca? Because at present, they're expected to do all this work, but they're not actually given any government funding. And then when we refer to other people or other bodies being given the powers of the Spca, does that refer to NGOs or does that refer to other government organizations? And then I'd just like to jump to the colloquium that I asked for, which I'm very grateful seems to be on the cards. And I'd just like to know, I see only 1 day has been set aside for it. I'm just wondering if 1 day is enough, and then also just the confirmation of the date that that will be happening. Then the question I've got is the revised elephant NS have been recently gazetted. Why are new elephant NS required? When will the National Elephant Strategy, which is currently in preparation, be completed? The DFE
Recording in progress.
A comment on the animal welfare course that is going to be offered by the University of Pretoria. If we can get more information about that, I would actually love the opportunity to attend at my own cost. So if I could be kept up to date with that, that would be amazing. Thank you so very much.
Thank you so much, Honorable Phillips. Your eagerness to still study, it's quite inspiring. Can we allow Honorable Kappa to raise issues that need to be raised? Honorable Kappa. Is Honorable Kappa in the meeting? Colleagues, can you hear me?
Yes, Chair, I can hear you.
Hear you, Chair. I was wondering, maybe I've lost the signal because I see Honorable Kappa's hand is up.
But he's probably a sleeper now.
Then I'll move to Honorable Weber.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, everyone. This is a great meeting and I'm happy to ask a lot of questions. Forgive me, Chair, I have a couple of questions. I will run through it as fast as I can. With the oral presentation, the first presentation we had on Spca 8, how will the gaps that we had, that they said about the roles and responsibilities, how will that be identified and addressed, and by when? Again, we come up with the timelines that we do need. At slide 10, what consultation has taken place with a DFFP to coordinate development of welfare norms and standards? And then on slide 11, has the Department of Environment, Fisheries and Forestry actually formally met with DALRAD in a working group drafting the Animal Welfare Act? If so, how many times, and if not, when will they meet? Then the next presentation, when will the terms of reference for the Wildlife Welfare Forum be publicly released? Please provide a copy of these terms of reference to us as the committee. Thank you. And then on page 12, what is meant by a single source provider in this context? Surely SANBI should fulfill this function as it always has. Chair, then I want to move to rhino. The intention of the HLP recommendation was to phase out intensive breeding. How will intensive breeding of rhino contribute to the need to recover rhino populations, since such rhino will not be able to fend for themselves in the wild, and they are not able to be reintroduced into Kruger National Park due to TB, tuberculosis? Then my next question, Chair, is on lions. Despite the legislative restrictions regarding the implementation of the HLP recommendations, there are a number of steps that the Minister could have taken. Accordingly, why has the Minister not set a zero quota for the export of lion bones, instituted an audit of captive lion breeding facilities in preparation for implementation of the HLP recommendations, indicated how the well-being provisions of NEMLA to prohibit certain activities will be implemented, and engage with NGOs who have offered financial and technical assistance in implementing the HLP recommendations. Chair, and then lastly, I want to bring under the attention of everyone the following. In South Africa, we have many animals or some animals that are not included in the Animal Welfare Act. It's animals like exotic cats, like tigers, ligers, and lions. Chair, I honestly feel that this needs to be included because not only are tigers and these animals on the red endangered list of CITES, but they are freely coming into South Africa and we are responsible for them. So I do believe they need to be included. They should be included because they're sentient beings that we know they are. They should have the same protection for welfare and well-being as all animals that are living in South Africa. They have the right to be protected. And then I believe we should include them into this in order to protect them. Although they're not indigenous to us, they are living here. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Honorable Weber. Then
I'm here now, Chair.
Raise your hand, dear colleague.
I'm here now, Chair.
You must raise your hand.
I had raised my hand, but my device disappointed me when you were calling me.
Okay, proceed.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, mine is to say a word of appreciation of the presentations and the signals and of cooperation versus competition. And this is something which I encourage that the departments led by the ministers would take it further and strengthen, because it is going to assist us even in our work. But further, I wanted to raise this issue that to both departments. Is it possible that this process of legislation and policies can be related to the traditional authorities that is linked to the indigenous knowledge of the communities that we work with? Saying this because I know it for a fact that long before there was colonization, our people were always able to know and understand and select animals that should be protected for various reasons. But always it was for positive reasons and for economic reasons. But now, maybe to me, if this is linked, it will make this work a little bit easier, because all these regulations and policies will have an element of being socially acceptable and understood, and therefore be assisted, rather than people feel that these legislations are part of oppression or whatever. They should understand and work together. But otherwise, what I'm encouraging is the working together of these departments in this. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, colleague. Then I will allow Honorable Modise to raise the issues you want to raise.
Chairperson, thank you very much. Good morning to Minister Didiza and Minister Chrissy, and to all honorable members. Two issues very quick. I think a number of honorable members have spoken to the timeframes, in particular as it relates to the high-level panel operations and to the animal welfare bill. Perhaps if we can get a solid response there as to by when do we expect these processes to be concluded. But two, Chair, I just want to check at high level, are there concerted efforts at departmental level from both DFFE and Department of Land and Rural Development to ensure improved cooperation on areas of commonality, which essentially also includes legislation finalization and these bills that must come to the National Assembly for processing. I'm just checking if there are meetings taking place, and if so, how often, and if they are indeed happening, and they are happening as often as we expect. I think it is also prudent that it should be a decision of this portfolio committee, joint portfolio committee, that we be taken up to speed as much as possible on whatever developments that might be taking place on areas of commonality in particular. Lastly, Chair, I wouldn't want to delve into the capacity of government to discharge their responsibility and the mandate bestowed upon it, but rather ask if there is a commitment to implement these beautiful recommendations that are being made in almost both the presentations. If there is, can we also attach a bit of time frame so that we don't have commitments that we do not know by when will they actually be fully implemented. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you so much, Honorable Modise. Can I allow Honorable Kapi to also raise the issues you want to raise?
Thanks, Honorable Chair, and good morning to the leadership and colleagues. Chair, it will be very prudent that the timeframes, as my colleagues have indicated, are outlined so that in our next follow-up meetings, which I agree to, that there has to be collaborated effort on dealing with these matters moving forward. They will help us a lot to know where are we playing oversight on what and at what stage. There are issues, Chair, that are not even captured here that we have as an interested party in these matters. That moving forward, we have to look concurrently on issues that we handling the foot and mouth diseases, which comes from your buffaloes as carriers, the TBs in buffaloes, and these issues of maintenance of our parks, which are under your custody. And I would agree with Honorable Didiza that on issues of restitution, land restitution on protected areas, we must set a time aside on that. And my thinking, Chair, is that we might even have interested parties being tourism on this, because some of these parks has got lodges that are under the custodianship of Department of Tourism. And us as custodians, the CPAs, it will be proper to know the processes and operations and how they are impeding on Environment and Forestry Department. Chair, the oral presentation indicates through Dr. Molefe that Nspca is the sole enforcer, wild welfare. And slide 8, Core Forestry and Fisheries, indicates that the concern is that Nspca has got flaws, especially in terms of the funding model. It solely depends on donors. Is there intention or intervention that has been identified on this regard? Because, Chair, as my colleagues indicates, there are no time frames on interventions, whether in the long term or in the short term. And probably, I'm asking myself, or what happens in the meantime? Now, if Nspca also is having the challenge that has been indicated here, the two departments, is there any intention of dealing with the situation in terms of funding? Nspca. Chair, there's also an issue that has been brought to our attention. The regulations that is needed, especially in the national biodiversity legislation, for empowering legislation in terms of the activities within the wildlife sector. Are there any indication or intention to empower this legislation in terms of those activities? The presenter at some stage spoke about permits, spoke about transportation, which could at some stage also contribute to the cruelty of animals. Is there an intention in that regard? My last question will be on what Honorable Sobrie touched on and another honorable member. Is the wildlife organizations on board in terms of all these interventions? Because, Chair, if we have to deal with the welfare standards that is lacking, especially for captive animals, you need this organization to be on board because they are there different as they are, but they have members who are participating in these activities. It will be very important to know whether they are also being put on board on the issue of welfare forum or in all these other interventions. But with other matters, my colleagues have already asked. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Whip. Then I check with Honorable, this Honorable Bama, whose hand is up. Then will be followed by Honorable Mandela. In that order, Honorable Mbabama, over to you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Please forgive me for not putting on my video. I am not in a good space. Just two questions from me. I hear that the department is talking about opening up the delegation of powers for welfare inspections to other people other than the officials of the Nspca. I would just like to know what is the logic or the motivation behind this? Are the Nspca officials failing in their duty? Do they not have enough capacity? And if this is going to be given to government departments, are we sure that the government departments will be able to take on this further responsibility? And then just lastly, Chair, this question is for Dr. Molefe, who spoke about no overlap in the legislation. I would just like to find out if any of the two departments have done a comparison of the different pieces of legislation and their mandates to find out if there are no overlaps. That will be all from me, Chair. I think my colleagues have covered most of the questions that I had. Thank you.
Thank you so much, dear colleague. Can I then allow Honorable Chairperson Mandela to raise the issues he wants to raise? Over to you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Mamumtambi. Honorable members, before I pose the questions, is there any other honorable member who may wish to have raised questions and we've not been able to recognize? Those that have raised questions, please lower your hands. Thank you. If there are no further questions, let me then utilize this opportunity, Honorable Mutambi, to pose the questions. In the presentation that was put before the Joint Committee by the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development, and Dr. Molefe mentioned the unresolved or confusion in the mandates between the departments of environment and that of agriculture. That has been highlighted by the high-level panel, which has resulted in wildlife welfare being neglected. As Dr. Molefe says, there are no overlaps. Can therefore the department provide details of the confusion that is mentioned and be able to explicitly point out the overlaps and conflicts in legislation in particular and policies of the two departments where they exist in respect of animal protection and welfare? If the high-level panel is misreading the challenges in respect of animal welfare, as Dr. Molefe seems to suggest, does that mean there are no implementation challenges for the Animals Protection Act and animal welfare is sufficiently dealt with in the country. Second one, Honorable Chair, will be which department is specifically responsible for issuing licenses for game farms or game lodges, including their regulation, and what are other various acts that govern the treatment of animals as mentioned by the high-level panel. The third one, Honorable Chair, would be, can the department's interventions to the recommendations of the high-level panel, which are not satisfactory and sufficient, where everything will be seemingly be addressed by developing norms and standards or regulations under the 1962 Act, otherwise in the draft Animal Welfare Bill. The department should indicate what it seeks to achieve with the Animal Welfare Bill, whether there is an intention to repeal some of the old legislation with the new bill, and what stage is the department planning to involve external stakeholders and experts in animal welfare in the development of the bill. Lastly, Chair, what is the status of the department's 2019 regulations that has classified more than 30 wildlife species, including 4 of the iconic species that formed the basis of the high-level panel's work as farm animals under the Animal Improvement Act of 1998. In light of the weaknesses identified in the animal welfare, particularly on wildlife, can the department rather indicate what informed the listing of those wildlife species as farm animals? Thank you, Honorable Mutambi. We can now hand over to both departments as led by the Honorable Minister Chrissy as well as the Honorable Minister Didiza. Thank you.
Before that, Chair, I also have issues to raise.
Oh, yes.
Then we'll hand over to them. Thank you so much, Chairperson. There's the issue that has been raised by Dr. Molefe that one wants to follow up. Because when you look at the laws that seek to regulate or protect animal welfare in South Africa, they were enacted in 1935, 1962, with the latest being in 1993. Although Dr. Molefe says these have been amended to accommodate evolving welfare issues over time, they have addressed welfare issues in a very fragmented manner. Hence, I feel it's proper for me to ask the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development whether it's not high time for us to have a framework that comprehensively addresses all animal protection, health and welfare issues, whether domestic or wild. This framework law can then specify who does what, just like there's the one that is called the One Environmental System, which currently unites the Department of Mineral Resources and Mining and the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment. I'm trying to raise this DG of Agriculture. Agriculture could therefore be the custodian of this framework law, since you are already responsible for the bulk of these animal issues. Then coming to the department, which I will also then Department of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment. You will recall that the ruling in the case between the Nspca versus the Minister of Environmental Affairs in 2019 was that although the minister may not have a legislative mandate to regulate welfare in terms of the National Environment Management Biodiversity Act, welfare consideration must be taken into account in decision-making processes such as decisions on approval or refusal of permits, setting of quotas, and registration of facilities inter alia. This is what in your slide 3. Then the issues that I have there, how many facility registration applications were turned down following this court ruling of 2019? Or how many non-compliant captive lion breeding facilities were shut down? Can also the department clarify those tangible impacts or effects of this ruling on issuing biodiversity-related permits and or setting aside of the quotas? The welfare of animals, including wild animals in captivity or under the control of a person, is currently regulated in terms of the Animals Protection Act 1962 and the Performing Animals Protection Act 1935. Then the issue here that one want to raise, so in essence, the capture and translocation of wildlife which places a wild animal in the care of a person is actually also regulated by these two pieces of legislations. That's the question that one want to get clarity on. And then what remaining aspects of wildlife do we need welfare legislation for that has not been already covered by the animal well-being under the NEMLA bill that we have recently passed? Could then the department actually explain the difference between animal welfare and animal well-being? In South Africa, we have the national norms and standards for the management of elephants in South Africa in terms of the National Environmental Management Biodiversity Act number 110 of 2004 as amended. These norms and standards deal with almost all the different aspects of elephant life in a cradle to the grave approach, including the duty of care for these species. And then where do then these norms and standards also fit relative to animal welfare across the board? And then when you look at slide 11, you are suggesting that the powers for welfare inspections could be devolved to a broader group of suitably qualified people, similar to the approach of the environmental management inspectors, to support compliance and enforcement in terms of welfare. This is a good idea, especially in the context of the one welfare system I've been proposing earlier. But are welfare inspectors currently recognized as a unique profession, or are they registered? And then maybe to ponder it further, we'd like to understand what does the department have in mind when you thought of establishing a one welfare system? Is the department perhaps suggesting that we should review all the existing fragmented pieces of welfare legislation and consolidate all the relevant parts into a new one welfare act? If so, why are we not using the current bill that the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development is working on to achieve this? Or what is the thinking behind the suggestion for one welfare system? I think one is of the view that these two departments should work out on a modality of establishing the one welfare system, how it is going to work in the real world, and revert back to us as these two portfolio committees. And then one seems to like this idea, and one thinks we should facilitate it from this side. Then the last issue that I want to raise is on the recommendations on captive lion breed. It's on slide 15. And then I just want to quote, Minister puts in place a process to hold and reverse the domestication of our iconic lions through captive lion keeping, breeding, and commercial use, putting in place ethical and humane procedures for euthanasia of existing captive lions. Then out of this code of yours, I'm trying to understand this. Are the captive lion breeders for hunting and lion-born trade aware of this recommendation? And what is their stance on it? Is the department actually engaging them on this? And then what is the current status of captive lion breeding industry in the country? Is it alive or in limbo or in decline? To make this realistic recommendation anchored in facts, one needs to therefore understand the size of the captive lion breeding industry. So what are we actually talking about here in terms of the number of people employed, annual revenue, number of lions, and the breeding facilities, lion-born stockpiles, if any, and so forth. So those are the issues that one want to get clarity on. The other issue, then I think as and when we deal with the way forward, one will be able to then bring them forth. But having said that, Paulson, is it a new hand? Did you omit something or it's an old hand?
It's an old hand, Chair. My apologies.
Thank you. As the chairperson had already said, we can hand over to the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development to be the first one that deal with all the issues raised, and then DFFE will follow in that order. Can I hand over to the Minister, the DGs, and everyone who wants to comment?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I would like the department to respond on the matters that has been raised.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Chairpersons, Dr. Molefe will start, and then I'll take over in terms of the issues that might be left behind. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairpersons, Honorable Minister.
Dr. Molefe, put on your video, please.
Yes,
before the parliamentary communications fight with me. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Unfortunately, there have been a lot of questions that were raised by honorable members. Some I did not get a chance to note down as they were uttered quickly, so I'll be able to respond to written comments at a later period, but I'll do my best to respond to everyone that I noted. Firstly, starting with Honorable Singh, who raised the issue of timeframes, and I think that was echoed by every other honorable member. In relation to the DALRAT, in terms of timeframes to implement the high-level panel, but also I think that extends to the processing of the Animal Welfare Bill and other related matters. I must say that in terms of the bill itself, we are actually targeting to bring it into Parliament in the financial year in 2023. And the reason why we are shifting it back to 2023 is that in between now and then, this is where now broader consultations with stakeholders, including government entities and including welfare organizations, the industry and others, will be taking place within this year. And in a response to Honorable Bryant recently on the questions that he had raised on the issue of when we are going to then be putting out an animal welfare colloquium, we then promised that we will do our best to put that in the first quarter of the next financial year, which will be between April and June this year. So that is our target that we have confirmed that we are going to be doing that. And currently, right now, maybe I must then promise that by the end of this week, we are actually going to be publishing on our departmental website a request for animal welfare organizations to submit their names and their names so that we know who is available out there, because we have a record of about, I think, 30 animal welfare organizations, but we are not sure whether that's all, and some are no longer functioning and the like. So we are actually collecting that information so that we know who we need to be dealing with. And also we'll have to find a system that, especially when we're dealing with experts panel that we have talked about, it may not be possible to include everybody, but so we'll have to find a system that will then be able to select who we then engage with, but that will be preceded by knowing who is available out there and what is their experience, what is their expertise, and therefore be able to rope them in within the working groups that will be evolving as we go along. So in terms of definite commitments, yes, we are bringing in the bill in the next financial, not this coming financial year, the one in 2023, 2024. But in the next first quarter of 2022-23, we will be holding an animal welfare colloquium. And some of these matters will be discussed at that forum, and it is expected that that forum will also then be able to then set other timeframes that the departments both will be able to run with. So this is separate from the wildlife welfare colloquium or meeting that I know that is coming up, I think this week or next week. So this one will then be broader than just wildlife. So it will include all species of interest. And talking to Honorable Brian's comments, and I know this was raised by other members as well, in terms of the various meetings that we alluded to, we can make records of those meetings. And as was also said by in the DFFE presentation, some of those, that's where we were then talking to finalizing the MOU between the two departments. Those are meetings that I'm talking about, because in finalizing those, that MOU, we also then touched on animal welfare matters. But outside of that, there are meetings that may not necessarily be formal meetings. I'm also referring to areas where I would be calling a member or an official in the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment to then see what needs to be done in preparation for something or in response to a particular recommendation. Now, those meetings might not necessarily have records that we can then avail to members. And therefore, I'm also not even able to say how many meetings have been held, but you can even see through emails that we have been interacting, including also to bring in the DFFE into the animal welfare working group. There has been communication that has been going through between the two departments. So I do not have a total number as to how many meetings have been done, because some of them have been formal where we can make evidence through the minutes, but then some of them are informal meetings where it's through a phone call or through, an email communication, which is equivalent to having, made some progress on a matter. And well, the animal welfare bill timeframes, I've talked to that. Cultural diversity not covered in science. In response to that, Honorable Member Bryant, I did not necessarily say there are definite incidences where there is a conflict between cultural diversity and science. I was mentioning a possibility that could be there. And maybe to give an example of what I'm talking about, you may also know that there is an different understanding of some people in terms of slaughtering of an animal. Now, there are people who would slaughter an animal to appease the ancestors. And such people would want an animal to bellow or to cry, and they take it that that bellowing or crying is actually communication with the ancestors. Now, if you were to put that in front of a scientist may argue differently to say that that animal is feeling pain and therefore you need to then do something about it. Now you can see that there is a possibility where we can have both sides, and somebody will have then to make a decision that will be able to be, a middle ground, or maybe take a decision that is informed, which may not be suitable to the other, side that has a different view on it. So that's what I was talking about in terms of cultural diversities and the like. But there could be other areas as well. Now, the issue of us mentioning some animals are sentient. It is not the DALRA that is mentioned, that honorable member. It is actually contained in the high-level panel report is actually on page 291 of the report. And I said that is what the HLP said they recognize, and they clearly say some animals are sentient beings. So I am not in a position to respond to how they came up with that position, but maybe to talk to that matter. Sentient, in our understanding, is the ability of an animal to feel pain, or to have feelings, and also to feel pain. Now, if I may include all animals on earth, for example, a cockroach, for example, that's an animal, but I wouldn't regard a cockroach to necessarily be a sentient being. And therefore, lower class animals may not necessarily fit into the criteria of being a sentient being to be covered by the Animal Welfare Bill or the Animals Protection Act, including ants. Because if we were then to go to that level, it may not be possible to then enforce any level of the act. You know, if we were to say every animal that is on earth is a sentient being. So our understanding is that it starts at a higher level than, when you can talk about insects. But then when you're talking about crustaceans, when you're talking about vertebrate animals, then those then become those that you can recognize as sentient. Honorable Briet also raised an issue of timelines that we have talked to, and also the issue of stakeholder consultations. As I think we have clarified the issue of at what point we are going to then engage stakeholders. At this point, we are drafting the bill internally, and therefore thereafter, as we said, we are going to bring in expert panel or panels, depending on how far the scope is, that will then be able to sit down and craft a public consultation document. So at that point, then we will be able to then send it out, gazette it for public consultation, and thereafter we'll then be able to consolidate inputs. And if there's a need to then go on the ground, including go to every province and have forums, we will be able to do that, depending on what the panel will be recommending at that point. And that work we are planning to be able to then do in this coming financial year. So we don't necessarily have specific dates as to say, on this particular day, we will be able to do this, and then that one will be able to do that. But the aim is that in 2023, 2024, the bill will be in front of Parliament. Honorable person mentioned the issue of how often officials are trained, and also referred to what I talked about the OIE training. That one, there's ongoing training of officials, and that is contained in their performance agreements and personal development plans. Now, those that would be dealing with animal welfare, it is expected of them to be including animal welfare training and other matters as part of their personal development plans. And that could be in provinces of which we may not necessarily be in control of, but also in national. When there's a training like the one that I mentioned, we then push in officials to be able to do the training. But as I said in the presentation, that we are committing to then take that as an active program, and to then develop training, not necessarily to develop training, but to expose officials to training that is there, and if possible, even go outside of the country to then get best practice, on how to improve on animal welfare in the country. Whether we are incorporating OIE standards, definitely that forms the background of the development of the Animal Welfare Bill and also the regulations and every matter that we are dealing with in South Africa. We are a member of the OIE, and honorable members may know that recently we were actually the president of the OIE National Assembly of South Africa, and therefore we definitely have to actually abide by those standards, and we are definitely doing that. And so the draft Animal Welfare Bill, you will note when it comes out that it has incorporated those provisions, those guidelines of the OIE, where it is relevant for us, because some of them you may say that we may need to change them based on areas like cultural diversity or based on the latest science and all those things. So we will then get to those as well. And records of meetings between the departments, I've talked about that. Honorable Masipa then talked about how will the department deal with concurrent mandate. And I think this was raised again by another honorable member to say the concurrent mandates and overlapping mandates. And I then said in my presentation that there is no overlapping mandate in terms of animal welfare. And I think Honorable Mutambi also then read the judgment in 2019, which clearly says, even though the DFFE does not have a legislative mandate on animal welfare, whenever they're making decisions that affect animals, they must consider animal welfare. Now that is then talking to the fact that the animal welfare legislation is under the DALRAT and not anywhere else. And that is why I was saying that it is unfortunate that it has been put as if there is overlapping mandates in terms of animal welfare. The overlaps could be in terms of when you are performing an activity and it has an element of animal welfare on it. How then do we deal with it? But in terms of legislation, the legislation is only in DALRAT. And, but then we know that the DFFE is pushing in an amendment to NIMBA, which will then contain animal well-being. And I had Honorable Mutambi then asking a question, what is the difference between animal welfare and animal well-being? And the colleagues in DFFE will then respond to that one. Now the derating in terms of South Africa, there is a derating by, I think, the World Animal Net, which is a private organization internationally. And unfortunately, Honorable Masipa, as a country, we are not necessarily bound by the standards or the scoring of the organization, but we have noted their scoring, and in their scoring, they acknowledge that South Africa has legislation, but there could be shortcomings in terms of timeframes, in turnaround, in terms of amending the legislation, or in terms of implementing some, and this is what then led to that scoring of a D. So that is something that we have noted, and I think this process that we are putting in front of honorable members will actually then result in them scoring us higher, in their next scoring, which I'm not sure when that will be. Timelines, we've talked to that. Honorable Phillips then talked about the issue of that we must not, that we mentioned that we may not be in a position to rush the animal welfare bill. And therefore, we are saying there's regulations that are there, there's an act that is there to be able to cover the current gaps. We are not saying that there are regulations that are existing in terms of dealing with the HLP report. There is an existing act that allows the minister to make regulations. There are currently no regulations to do that, but we are able to make regulations. So there is, we're not saying there are existing regulations, but we are saying the DFFE would then look at the HLP panel and say the HLP panel says we need to develop this particular area, and in that particular area, there's an animal welfare consideration. And therefore, DALRAT, please look into making a regulation that attends to that. And this is where then the DALRAT would then say, all right, we take that and then we set up an expert panel that will then sit and then develop a regulation, and that regulation will then be promulgated by the minister and then will be enforced, and the issues of who implements it will be contained in that regulation, as well. So this is why we are saying that we may not necessarily be able to push the bill as fast as some members and even stakeholders out there want us to push it, but we are confident that the current act allows us to close any gap that could be identified. And that gap will be identified by all of us, including the HLP report that has already identified some gaps, but even the animal welfare organizations have a right to then say to the DALRAT that here's an area that we need you to be attending to, and therefore please make regulations or make norms and standards, and the DALRAT should be able to then avail that platform, and then interactions be entertained, and then ultimately regulations be drafted. In terms of the funding for NSPCA, unfortunately, there is no funding that goes to the NSPCA, and I'll leave that question to the DG to then respond to that. Extending the powers to others other than NSPCA, we are actually referring to anybody. At this point, we are not necessarily saying the thinking is to extend them to only government departments or NGOs, but we are thinking inclusive of animal welfare organizations and government departments. And another question I think was raised as to, does government then have the capacity to enforce that if that is extended to them? Now, the question might be, there may be a deficiency in terms of capacity in government, but then when you then open up that scope for authorization to government and NGOs, therefore the pool that you would have authorized should be able to then meet those requirements of enforcing the act. So we are not limiting it to government departments only or to NGOs or animal welfare organizations only. Has the FFE made recommendations on the animal welfare bill? Currently, no, and I must then say that the issue that we raised about the DFFE having been roped into the animal welfare working group, it's a matter that is not old, and that is a matter that we have actually been engaging, I think, in the last 2 or 3 months in terms of bringing in the animal welfare working group, and therefore there hasn't been a meeting since then of the animal welfare working group in terms of where we can then engage with the representative of a DFFE to then give us their take on the animal welfare group. But that is something that we are actually intending to do as soon as possible, honorable members. The University of Pretoria Animal Welfare course will make the details available to honorable members so that they can have a look at it. Honorable Weber then talked about the gaps, how will they be identified, and the animal welfare colloquium that we talked about is one platform that will be able to then be talking to where are the gaps and how they need to be identified. And unfortunately, there were some questions from honorable member that I missed because she was saying them first. But then she also then mentioned what I had meetings with DFFE. We have talked about those will make recording, or actually make minutes of those that were recorded available, but then others, as I said, they were telephone discussions and such, and therefore we may not be able to give you all the lists, all the records that honorable members are looking for. Animals not included in the current Animals Protection Act. And Honorable Weber talked about exotic animals. The Animals Protection Act covers all animals. If you look at it, it says all wildlife, all wild animals that are in somebody's possession or control. And therefore, those exotic animals are in somebody's control, and therefore the Animals Protection Act kicks in at that point. So therefore, when you look at it, there's no animal that can be declared as not being covered under the Animals Protection Act. So it covers all animals. Honorable Mudise then talked about, I had Honorable Kappa then talking about areas, but I do not get any question coming out of there. If I'm mistaken, I will be able to respond to it once honorable member can express it again. But now I'm going to then talk to the comments by Honorable Mudise. Meetings, okay, we talked about the issue of meetings, commitments to implement recommendations. As we said, that there are commitments that we spelled out, including the Animal Welfare Colloquium, including when the bill is going to come before Parliament. And in terms of the MOU, between the two departments, I may not be able to know exactly at what point, honorable members, it is. Maybe DDG, DFFE, and the DG Dalrat would be able to appraise us on that matter, unfortunately, honorable members, because actually Dr. Modisan, who's the acting DDG, is the one who's dealing with it with with the DDG for DFFE. So I may not have the latest information, and my apologies for that, honorable members. Honorable Klape talked about, is there any intervention, especially with the NSPCA, in terms of the funding matter? And as I said, I will leave that to the DG to respond to the issues related to the NSPCA funding. But from the technical part, we haven't really engaged in terms of meetings with the NSPCA in terms of the funding model and the like. Our wildlife organizations on board in terms of agriculture, they may not have been brought in on board in terms of the animal welfare working group, but when we then discuss other matters, including the bill for public consultation, they will be brought on board. And at the animal welfare colloquium, once we have a list of everybody who's a stakeholder here, we will be able to bring them on board. Honorable Mbabama talked about what is the logic, sorry, behind it, sorry, behind the delegation of powers, as was alluded to, and will government be able to do that if that has been delegated to provinces? As we said, there may be challenges in government capacity in provinces and maybe at national as well. Therefore, the authorization will also then consider the capacity as well. But then we're thinking that it's better if you authorize them where they have capacity, and also then authorize other stakeholders, other welfare organizations, and I must emphasize competent animal welfare organizations that will also then have to look at their maybe constitutions and like, because in terms of authorizing, you need to be careful that you're not authorizing a person who will then be opposing the intentions of what government and the act is trying to achieve. And therefore, we need to be very careful as to who we then authorize. So there will be a development of an SOP on how to deal with that, or terms of reference on how to deal with that. Now, why would we want to expand that beyond the NSPCA? We're not necessarily saying the NSPCA is failing, but is there enough that the NSPCA is covering across the country? And the answer is no. The NSPCA may not be able to be everywhere and anywhere, to be able to enforce this legislation. And you will note that I think it was also then recognized by the high-level panel, especially in wildlife, that there may be some deficiency in terms of who then implements or enforces this act. And it would be most relevant if, for example, DFFE officials were authorized to implement that act, because they are actually at the cold phase of then dealing with wildlife. Now, in that space, you wouldn't want to be calling on the NSPCA to be enforcing the act when there's an official who could be authorized to then enforce that act at a cold phase. So that is why we are thinking about that. I talked about the issue of the overlap in terms of the legislations, and Honorable Mandela then talked about also the confusion in the mandates. That there's a matter that I've talked about, the overlaps. Are there no implementation challenges? Yes, there are implementation challenges, like what the HLP report is saying. Even though there is legislation, but there may not be specific provisions in that legislation to address specific issues. And therefore, this is what we are saying, that we will be in a position where we can then draft regulations that would then be addressing specific mandates. Because the way it is, the DALRAT may not be able to then be experts on everything that has to deal with animal welfare. For example, wildlife is the expertise in terms of that is in DFFE, but then the legislation is in Dalrat. And this is where now the DFFE should be able and would be able to then draft legislations that will then be brought into the Animals Protection Act for the minister to promulgate. And the DFFE then will be authorized to implement that act. This is how now those challenges and the challenges will be then be attended to. The issue of which department gives permits for game farms, the DFFE should be able to respond to that, because my understanding is that it's the DFFE. Indicate what is intended to be achieved by the Animal Welfare Bill. And as Honorable Mandela has talked clearly that there are various legislations that are there. And the reason why the Animal Welfare Bill has been talked about, I think since 2016. This is when there was the amendment, the latest or the last amendment of the Performing Animals Protection Act. At that point, honorable members of parliament talked about this act being a 1935 act, being very, very old, and therefore said to the department, you are bringing a very old act, and you're also talking about the Animals Protection Act, you're talking about the Animal Matters Improvement Act, you're talking about this and that. So please consolidate those acts and then come up with one bill so that we don't have all these pieces of legislations lying around. And this is how that started, that the department was actually given instructions by parliament to then develop an animal welfare bill at that point. So this is how it all started. And therefore, this is actually what is intended, is to consolidate all the current legislations and also then to bring in international best practice, the latest research outcomes in terms of animal welfare, but also then to consider also the advice on the standards of the OIE and then bring them together into the animal welfare bill. But I must also then emphasize that that bill, or when it's ultimately an act, honorable members, I need to emphasize that there won't be specifics in the bill. That's our thinking, that the bill will be an enabling legislation, so that out of that, then there could be norms and standards that are then developed, on a rapid pace. Because otherwise, if you lock everything into an act of parliament, it may not be easy to change it when there's a latest outcome in terms of research, in terms of how you then need to go around. So if we can limit the animal welfare bill to just being an enabling platform, and therefore out of that, then you can allow the minister to then be able to set norms and standards quicker than in terms of being able to change an act of parliament. So that's the thinking about how the bill will be is being drafted. Classification of species under the Animal Improvement Act. Unfortunately, that's not necessarily under my competency, because it's not to deal with animal welfare. But my understanding, Honorable Mandela, is that the matter was actually discussed by the two ministers. That's the report that I got from the Registrar of the Animals Improvement Act. And at that point, the industry was actually also then informed as to what is the finding and what is the rule and what would then be happening going forward in terms of the enforcement or the bringing in of the additional species under agriculture. So what the registrar is saying is that that matter has been clarified to the industry, and that was pronounced by the two ministers. I'm not necessarily sure exactly when that was done, but I think it was in the past a calendar year where that matter was clarified. But it's something that we can provide more details, and we will be able to refer the matter to the registrar to then give us the correct information. But this is what he informed me quickly as members were raising questions. Honorable Mitambi then talked about the acts being old, and is it not time to have a framework to address all animal welfare matters? And this is exactly what the Animal Welfare Bill intends to achieve, to put that framework on the table where all the animal welfare matters will then be in the same house and then be attended, through at one particular platform. The welfare versus well-being, I'll leave that to the DFFE to clarify that. Are welfare inspectors a profession? I'm not sure if I'm phrasing it correctly. In terms of the provisions of the South African Veterinary Council, there is a qualification that is recognized called veterinary welfare assistants. And those are trained at UNISA. I think it's a 6 months or 1 year program. I'm not sure exactly which one it is, but we can provide the details. Now, those are recognized by the Veterinary Council to enforce animal welfare provisions. So this is where we're not necessarily calling it a profession, but is a, maybe you may call it an occupation. Because once you call it a profession, there is also then other implications to that. So at this point, we may put it as an occupation as opposed to a profession. Or maybe you can call it a para-profession if you may, avoid using the word profession. Because when you talk to SAQA, then they would define a profession different from how the general public would be expressing that. Thank you, honorable members and honorable chairpersons. I thought actually, this is as far as I could capture, and if there's anything missing, I will be able to respond to it. Thank you.
You are not alone, Dr. Molefe. The other colleagues can always assist you. There are matters that you said the DG will deal with. Maybe the DG can also designate other officials if you feel there are issues that you didn't cover. Over to you, DG.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mutambi. We are very grateful for the inputs that have been made on the platform, and there are a few responses that I would like to give to the joint portfolio committees on the questions that were asked. I think Dr. Molefe has done justice to a few issues. There were a few that he left for me, and I thought I should also emphasize a few. Honorable Mutambi asks, we are currently addressing antiquated legislation, which I must admit that some of this legislation is old, but I needed to indicate that the protection of performing animals was actually amended in 2016 by the 5th Parliament, and therefore it's one of those recent legislative pieces that we are dealing with within the department per se. And that does not preclude us from dealing with the Animal Welfare Act, which I think Honorable Tata was saying, what are the issues that we have got to look at, especially two issues, cultural considerations that Dr. Molefe has spoken to. And then secondly, the use of indigenous knowledge within legislative areas. And I think that one critique that we have always had around our legislative area in the department was the insensitivities that we are having towards the cultural considerations, and to a greater extent, the indigenous knowledge that we are having. And these are very important, and hence our consultation on the animal welfare bill would also go to an extent of going to the traditional leadership, the cultural groups that we are having, and also the communities that would be able to assist us to have a bill that is responsive to the current existing situation in our country while taking international best practice into consideration. There was a question that was asked about funding, and this funding related to the National Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals, Nspca, as we call them. I would like to raise an issue that the Societies for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals Act, which is an act that Honorable Mutambi was talking about of 1993, makes provision in terms of the establishment of these societies, and also for the funding mechanisms in terms of Section 10, in that there is an expectation that the Nspca, from the societies that they are having, would then get funding for the societies. Yes, there are problems in terms of that, but one of the principles that we have broadly within the legislative framework is that where there is an assignee that is being given, that assignee would be expected to then look at the full funding of the responsibility where they are. So you will have a self-funding mechanism, or a mechanism that would be looking at financial gains that we would have from the work that we would be doing. There may be problems that the NSPCA may be undergoing at this moment, and it's very important that if there are these areas that are there, the NSPCA as a statutory body would be at liberty to engage with the department on that matter. I would like to also raise that the concept of assigneship would then extend to say, if you have got one assignee in an area, then you have got the ability as government to also have other assignees, as indicated by Dr. Molefe, because it gives us a time and frame to cover, to have a very good geographical spread of those who can assist in the implementation of the legislation that we are having. But in short, the NSPCA is established in terms of an act, and that act is very explicit in terms of how the NSPCA would be looking at the funding mechanisms that are there. There is a question that was asked about the compliance of the department to the OIE, and then secondly, the capacity of the department to deal with the issues that relate to the animal welfare. I would like to bring to the attention of the August joint portfolios that we had an analysis that was done by the OIE, which is the international body that is responsible for veterinary services in all over the world, which said that in order for us to establish a well-versed animal welfare unit in our department, we at least need 12 veterinarians and also one for each province and then 3 at national level, which is something that we are currently trying to do. As you know, that we are now a restructuring department to look at animal welfare. But that is all to do with the policy issues. You then need implementation. So that oversight within the provincial space would also need to be there. If we have got to look at the 12 vets, it was looking at the issues that have got to do with agriculture. Then if you have got to factor in the animal welfare issues that have got to do with wildlife, then we have got to double the number that we are dealing with. So the capacity is something that we have got to address, and animal welfare is very important to us. Which brings me to the issue that was brought up, I think, also by the chair, joint chair, Ralph Mtambi, on the one welfare. And maybe that's a point where I need to pause to say animal welfare, one welfare would serve to look and highlight the interactions that you will have between animal welfare, human well-being, and the environment. It is a similar concept that we currently applying on the One Health system within the country. And therefore, one welfare system would entail that all the departments that are involved in terms of animal welfare, human welfare, environment would need to come together. It's a very good concept, but that concept would not say that legislation has got to be one. It says that at one point there needs to be a very good collaboration on the issues around improving human and animal welfare within a broader context. And therefore, your coordination at that level would also be able to advance us on the sustainability goals that we are having as a country to ensure that we have got a higher understanding and adding value to high welfare standards. I think that's basically where we have got to position that. And from a perspective of a person who worked within the One Health and how it comes together, I think one welfare system would be a very good system, as indicated by the high-level panel. Honorable Tape was indicating the other areas where we need to be cooperating. I need to say that instead of cooperating, the two departments are actually having a more in common than any other departments at national level, because we basically pitching almost at the very same client, and therefore our working relations are quite at an advanced stage. We are currently dealing with the SLA, and I will ensure that the SLA is signed off, because we are addressing these issues in terms of the SLA to ensure that all the areas that are cross-cutting between the two departments would be dealt with. I know that our principals are also having meetings where these issues are being discussed, whether land issues or agriculture environment interface are being discussed, or even aquaculture issues are being discussed. So that's the issues that we are currently dealing with. And to even make the system to be more closer is that, as we would know, the components of forestry and fisheries until 2019 were with the department. So that closer relationship is guaranteed even when it comes to those who were within the department previously. I think those are the areas that I would have wanted to concentrate on the questions that were asked. Thanking the chair, the co-chairs for the questions, and also committing that there may be questions that we may have skipped, but we will look through our notes and send through formal responses. Thank you very much, co-chairs.
Thank you, DG. Minister Didiza, is there anything you want to say, or you are covered by the officials?
Thank you very much, Chairperson and the co-chair, as well as my colleagues and members of parliament. I am indeed covered. Obviously, there are issues that the committee has requested some detail on, which we will indeed provide. There is also the issues of timeframes, and I think the officials had indicated, particularly with respect to the legislation, what is the timelines that we're looking at. It might be that on some of the matters, members may feel that is a bit too long, but given the issues that we're dealing with, enough consultation is required so that we are able to take a majority of South Africans on board on this important matter. Improving relationships between two departments, yes, we will improve those as indicated by the officials. There are actually more issues between the two departments that make us to collaborate, as you indicated earlier, Chairperson, on the issues of restituted land in the parks, but also on issues of forestry and their management, on issues of aquaculture. All of those are issues that require closer collaboration between the two departments. So I'd like to thank you once again for allowing us this opportunity to come to the committee to make these presentations. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Minister Diziza. Can I then allow the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment to respond to the issues as raised?
Thank you very much. Let me acknowledge the chairperson of our portfolio committee and also the fellow chairperson from Agriculture, Rural Development and Land Affairs in this meeting, as well as my fellow minister and deputy minister and all members of the committee. Thank you for all the questions. And thank you, Minister Didiza, and your officials for going first. I think you've made our job a lot easier. Honourable Chair, let me start where Minister Didiza left off, which is on the issue of public consultation. And I think that it's important to say to honourable committee members that following the release of the high-level panel report, we spent almost 6 months last year consulting on its implications. And there has been very widespread consultation with the sector. It has included physical consultations, written consultations, virtual consultations. And I think that there have been general meetings with different sectors, but there have also been specific meetings with specific sectors, rhino owners, lion owners. I think this was a question that was asked by Honourable Briet. So yes, indeed, there has been a great deal of consultation, and I think that the The consequence of that consultation, as you would have seen from the report we presented here, is that we have decided to move ahead firstly with a white paper on biodiversity conservation and sustainable use. That white paper is in the process of being concluded so that it can go to Cabinet. And I have interfaced with our committee chairperson, Honorable Mutambi, to say that it is our intention to deposit that white paper with the National Assembly in the second term for consideration by yourselves. And I'm hoping that the enthusiasm we have seen today will accompany the processes around that white paper so that the adoption of that white paper is expedited. Because I think that following from the white paper, we will then be in a position to finalize the policy paper, which we put out in draft last year, and where we received thousands and thousands of submissions. And once you have concluded with the white paper, we will then be in a process to conclude with the policy paper. So we will very much be in your hands, and I suppose next term I will be asking the same questions around timeframes and deadlines that you are posing to me this term. With regard to the MOU between our two departments, it's currently with our legal department, and our hope is that we will be signing that MOU by the end of February. With regard to the Welfare Committee, indeed, we do have aims and objectives and terms of reference in draft form. These will be tabled in the committee meeting that will be taking place, as you have heard. I can't remember, DDG Mokholwa, did you say it's the 28th? I think you did. Those draft terms of reference and aims and objectives will be tabled there. Once adopted by that committee, we will pass on to yourselves as the portfolio committee. With regard to the interministerial committee, Honourable Brandt, the decision at this stage is that we don't need that committee. Obviously, we are handling, as you can see, relations with the Department of Agriculture on a bilateral basis. And we are not experiencing inhibitions in our relationship. We're not experiencing blockages in the relationship. I think that were we to experience those, it would then be necessary to have an interministerial committee. But you would understand that interministerial committees often need to be set up by the president, and there is resistance within the cabinet system in setting up too many of those committees. Where we need cabinet mandates, we have been using the ISED Cabinet Cluster Committee. That is the committee that considered the high-level panel report and referred it to Cabinet. So we find the existing Cabinet committees are adequate for decision-making that is required in this process by Cabinet. But of course, Cabinet remains there if we have to have any difficulties in relations with other departments. I think that with regard, DDG Mokholwa will talk to you about the management strategies for the 4 iconic species and how they are now incorporating the recommendations of the high-level panel report. With regard to Honourable Kappa's questions about Indigenous knowledge, indeed, Honourable Kappa, there is a whole section of the high-level panel report that refers to the interface with Indigenous knowledge, and specifically with regard to our relationship with traditional health practitioners. I myself hosted a workshop with traditional health practitioners where we went through the implications of the high-level panel report, And we regard traditional health practitioners as extremely important partners in the implementation of the high-level panel report. And of course, we do a lot of work as a department with traditional health practitioners, and we will be referring to that work in more detail when we discuss the biodiversity economy issues that that committee members have requested on Friday. I think that I will pause there and allow Ms. Mokholwa just to talk about the management strategies and then possibly other issues that may not have been covered. I think most of them have been covered. But if there are other issues that have not been covered by our fellow department, we could then come back to you in writing. Ms. Mokholwa.
Thank you very much, Minister. Just to respond on the number of interactions we've had with our colleagues in Dalral, I can confirm that there's been 6 meetings to date, excuse me, and obviously there's ongoing meetings. The last one was actually held last week with our colleagues in Dalral, also to discuss the finalization of the MOU that the Minister referred to. In respect of the legislation, I can confirm that the NEMBA bill has been held back in light of consideration of the policy position. And regarding the norms and standards, we are reviewing these norms and standards, but however, we have to wait for the white paper process to be completed. And obviously, when we develop the norms and standards, this is a very consultative process that we engage in. And therefore, as we are engaging in this particular process, we need to be consulted with the stakeholders in respect of these norms and standards. But as I'm indicating, these are awaiting the finalization of the policy position. But specifically in respect of the elephant norms and standards, we have challenges in respect of compliance with the strict requirements related to what is required in the management plan. Management plans refers to the biodiversity management plans, and in actual fact, I'm speaking. My team is in the Eastern Cape engaging with stakeholders on the biodiversity management plans on elephants. Then regarding the welfare forum and the stakeholders we are engaging in that particular forum, I can confirm that we have taken out of the stakeholders that made comments on the high-level panel when the report was being developed, and also those that made comments on the policy positions. So we've taken our database out of that particular process, and we are not closing the door on that. So as we establish this forum, as Minister intended, we will be tabling the terms of reference for consideration by the forum, and also considering if there are other groupings that may make. We will work with our colleagues also within DALRA, as they are also engaging in developing a database around this welfare organization. Our interests, however, I just need to say that will be on animal welfare organizations that are concerned more with wild animals. In respect of what is a single source provider, single source provider, we are referring to a service provider who has a specific skill set and experience. And this is not based on a free quotation system. We are looking for someone who will be able to undertake a consultative process based on scientific methodology. And essentially, that is the kind of service that we are looking for. Now, regarding the differentiation between welfare and well-being, So welfare essentially refers to the physical and mental state of an animal, whilst well-being will then refer to the circumstances and the conditions under which it is taken. Then regarding the question of leopard, leopard quotas, what we do is that the management authorities or the issuing authorities, as we refer to them, authorities that issue permits, they submit their information in respect of their numbers to the scientific authority. And the scientific authority then determines the quotas based on what has been submitted by the issuing authorities. And this is a very engaged scientific exercise that we then take, which will look also into the conservation status of the leopards. And I can confirm that the quotas that have been issued is 10 leopards of over 7 years old. Then regarding the question around existing facilities, I can confirm that so far we are aware of about over just 300 facilities, mostly in Northwest and Free State, and we understand that they are keeping as much as about 6,000 to 9,000 of the lions. There has not been any that has been shut down to date. Also, for members to note that the permits for the opening and shutting down of the facilities are issued by the respective issuing authorities, which is the provinces. And until such time that we have a legislative tool to shut them down, these facilities are still operating. But as indicated, we are engaged in this policy process, which will enable us to effect the provision to shut down this facility in terms of ensuring that there is a notice that will be issued to that effect. Then regarding how intensive breeding will cater for rhino breeding, why the policy position proposes that for the time being, and I need to mention that the recommendation is to be a phased approach in the sense that due to the concerns around rhino poaching, there is a need to ensure that we recover the rhino population side until such time that the population has stabilized. Will we then look at mechanisms to then phase out, this side? There is definitely a concern around that.
Sorry, Chairperson. Sorry, Chairperson. I don't want to interrupt, Chairperson, but it's very, very difficult to follow what the presenter is saying. It's breaking up all the time.
Network is just terrible because earlier the minister requested that she switch off her video, which she has done, but it's just that her network. I should think in future she must just get an appropriate place where. Is it in the office or are you at home, TDG?
I am in the office, Chairperson.
Yeah, your network is so terrible. Maybe in future you need to get a proper space. We are battling. That's why we just decided to continue on, but we've been battling to hear you.
Chair, can I suggest that we pause the input here and we ask DDG Mogolwa to submit her responses in writing, because I agree that her reception is extremely poor, and I think that if we proceed in this manner, it will cause frustration to the honourable members.
Yes, that has been the anxiety. Are we all agreeing, colleagues, with the proposal? I
yes,
think that's
Chairperson.
the best way. That's the best
yes,
way.
thank you to the Minister for that as well.
Yes. Then, are there follow-up questions for both the department, or were covered?
Chairperson.
Okay, I'm just trying to see the hands first. Okay, I've noted you, Honorable Singh. Wait a bit, Honorable Brian will make a follow-up question. Then the chairperson of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development had to be excused from the meeting. He had a doctor's appointment. So he has given me issues that he wants me to also follow up, in particular to what Dr. Mulefe said. So you can start, I'll come later. Honorable Singh.
Yeah, just Chairperson, thank you for all the answers and the minister's assurances. Just one comment. You know, this biological diversity white paper from 1997, 25 years now. And the minister gave us assurance that, well, let's hope something can happen. But 25 years it's taken so far. Because in the presentation, we saw it started off in 1997. That's my comment. Thank you.
No, Honourable Singh, I think we must correct that. It has not taken 25 years. There was a decision taken not to pursue it at that time.
Yeah, 25 years ago.
And now it is relevant.
Okay.
Thanks, Chair.
The dialogue
now, but
that clarity has been made, and then, yes, are you still on the floor, Honorable Singh? That was the only issue.
No, I'm done.
The minister was quick to respond to you on that one. Okay. Then let's allow Honorable Bryant.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, it was mentioned by, I think it was the doctor in his presentation, just in terms of, he mentioned that the registrar of the AIA had provided a presentation, a full presentation to the portfolio committee. I'm just trying to establish if that was perhaps before my time or when that was, because I don't recall that presentation having been made. If you could just confirm that, if that was a presentation to the DFFE committee or to Dallard. Thanks very much, Chair.
Okay. Then the issues that the Honorable Chair, Honorable Mandela, wanted Dr. Molefe to respond to. He says you said the Department of Environment issues permits for game farms. And the chairperson thought farming was the responsibility of the agriculture. And then the chairperson want to understand whether you, Dr. Molefe, you are certain that there are not game farms that are registered under the Animal Improvement Act of 1998. And then he says, as both agriculture and environment are concurrent function, then it might be prudent for the two departments to indicate how permits for game farms are issued in provinces and how these are regulated. And then the other concern by the chairperson is that Dr. Molefe didn't sufficiently respond to the question on the basis that the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development publish regulations to list wildlife as farm animals, and what informed the decision if you are not responsible for game farming. The other clarity seeking question that the chairperson of also wanted to understand: how is the Nspca, which was established under the Act of Parliament, expected to enforce animal welfare without financial support? So those are the issues that Honorable Mandela asked. So that's the issue those are the issues that maybe because of the Dr. Malife, are you ready to respond, or you can do those in writing? Oh, there's also a hand by Honorable Masipa and Honorable Phillips. Those are follow-ups. Then I think you can raise those issues, then we'll ask the team to submit the questions in writing. I thought you were asking questions. Honorable Phillips, followed by Honorable Masipa.
Thank you so much, Chair, once again. So I'd just like to confirm then that the Animal Welfare Colloquium will be held in April roundabout then, and also when the terms of reference for the colloquium will be made. Thank you very much.
Honorable Masipa.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Mine is not a question, but I think I just want to correct Dr. Molefe with regards to the concurrent function. And just want to state that the municipalities do pass bylaws that are looking at domesticated animals and their welfare. So it is incorrect to say that there is no concurrent function with regards to the animal welfare where municipalities are involved. Thanks, Chair.
Okay. Dr. Molefe, you've heard both the questions that you can also respond to in writing. And then there's a matter that one needs to, before we release the colleagues from agriculture, there's a matter that we need to address. We were discussing it with the chairperson, Honorable Mandela. It's around, as this committee, we're proposing that on the 18th of March, we should jointly host a colloquium on animal welfare, wherein we are going to discuss, but the issue on our part was that who should host this colloquium, given the fact that most of the issues, they lie with the Department of Agriculture handles the bulk of the welfare issues. But this is the method that we will continue to engage. And on the structure, we've set aside the date of the 18th of March. So the chairperson said this is a matter we must engage on our next joint MENCO meeting. We'll be able to then revert back to you. And then coming to what Minister Desisa has proposed, indeed, there are so many matters that are cross-cutting that we need to then, on a structured manner, like the issue on the restriction of land rights issues that the minister has said. There are so many issues there that we can then facilitate the two departments to account for us to work in signage and then to achieve the desired outcome. I think that's the other method that we should then meet and then continue to meet in this format. So we are going to agree in the main meetings of the joint committee. But the plan is that at least quarterly we need to have all this kind of the joint meeting, because there are a lot of areas where we all share the concurrent legislation. If it's not that, today's meeting was just that start of the crucial engagement coming forth, because there's a lot of public concern as to policies, legislations, and practice on matters associated with all these matters that we are discussing. So we'll continue to engage on that format. We are going to share with you colleagues on how are we going to move forward, because as I've indicated, the issue of CPAs, which is solely the Department of Agriculture responsibilities, but you know, this has got an impact on our operation as a department so these are matters that we need to group these areas of common interest and develop thematic areas to keep us focused and outcome oriented. Having said that, we have agreed that all the outstanding responses by the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment, including the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development, they are going to be submitted to us in writing latest before Tuesday next week. So that will give them in the written responses, then they will be thorough on their responses. Having said that, I want to thank you, the colleagues, in particular the colleagues from the Department of Agriculture, for you finding time and then having to come so that we had this joint meeting together. Then we can excuse you. Then we want and also thank the DG, the Minister, and everyone. Then we can then excuse you so that our committee can continue to process the remaining agenda item. Thank you so much, colleagues.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Goodbye.
Thank you. Honorable Mdise.
Thank you, Chair. Goodbye.
Thank you, Honorable Mdise. Can you take over? I'm wanted in the other meeting, the chairperson's meeting. Is there anyone who has got a disagreement that Honorable Mdise can take over for me while I'm going to represent your colleagues in the other chairperson's meeting?
No, Chairperson, I second your nomination.
They are calling me. The meeting started at 12:30. Thank you so much for your understanding. Honorable Mdise, the platform is yours. You can continue chairing this meeting. Thank you so much.
Rolly Wong, Amanda, Board Chairperson.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye, bye-bye. Thank you very much, honorable members. Can we flight the agenda, Chilega, so that we go to the next item? We are now on item number 3. The update by the Minister, Honorable Chrissy and Ismangaliso Wetland Park Authority on the cleaning of the river and the drain of the accumulated silt and reeds to enable the river to flow freely and back flooding water dry in St. Lucia estuary. Honorable Minister, can I give you this opportunity to introduce your team and give a brief background? Thank you very much. Minister Chrissy.
Sorry, Honorable Acting Chairperson of this meeting. There was just a disturbance on my laptop. Honorable Chairperson, I'm together with Mr. Bukasini, whom, as you know, is the CEO of the St. Lucia Wetland Park. And he will give a full report to the committee on matters pertaining to estuary management. I think that what honourable members of the committee will understand is that the matter of the management of the estuary falls within the legislated domain of the Estuarine Management Authority, which is the CEO and his team. So I think what is also important is for honourable members to understand the whole history of this matter, which we are going to give you in this meeting, so that you understand where we are on what is indeed a very emotive issue, and an issue which I can see is very dear to the hearts of many of the members of this committee. You will know that we are in the process of finalizing the expert panel's report on this matter. And I suppose you might well want to know, why did I appoint this expert panel? And the reason is that the matters which are before the committee and which are of concern to the committee are matters that have been in the public domain for a considerable period of time. And they are matters where there is, Honourable Chairperson, contestation. Contestation between those who would be of the persuasion that there should be no interference with regard to the management of the estuary, and that there is no circumstance under which, as the Estuarine Management Plan says, extreme circumstances exist where the system may be interfered with. So that is one school of thought. The other school of thought is that there are circumstances under which the system may be interfered with. And that is really the nub of the question that the panel of experts is busy considering. And what colleagues would understand is that there are ecological and hydrological considerations here in terms of good estuary management practice, but there are also social and economic issues. And the purpose of appointing this panel of experts is so that they could review all of the evidence, both the scientific and hydrological evidence, and also the social and economic evidence. Now that process is in motion as we speak. In my view, it is the only way in which we will get an appropriate solution to this problem. Because this is a complicated problem. It's a problem that has been with us for many years, and which has been resolved in one manner in a court case that took place in 2016, and we will today explain that court case and the decisions that were taken there. It's a matter that was given attention in the colloquium that the St. Lucia Authority hosted in 2020, in 2019. And it's a matter that was subsequently deliberated on after the colloquium took a decision to nudge an opening of the mouth. So it's this history that we will put before you today, and we will explain to you why there is no emergency solution that can be decided on at this point. At this point, we have to allow the panel to conclude its work. We have to receive the report of the panel, which is due to be put before me at the end of March. And yesterday, because I knew that honourable members are very concerned about this, I phoned Dr. Pierre, who is the chair of the panel, and I asked her whether they are on track with their report, and she indicated to me that indeed they are on track and they would not be asking me for an extension. So it's this history that we're going to put before the committee today, so that everybody here can understand the complexities of this matter and how we are dealing with those complexities in the best possible manner, bearing in mind all the different aspects of this problem. I'm now going to hand over to Mr. Bukosini to make the presentation.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Bukosini.
Thank you, Chairperson. Greetings to yourself, honorable members of the portfolio Yes, Chairperson.
You went silent for some 1 minute there. We might have missed some things you said.
Okay. I was saying, Chairperson, that there is a presentation that we shared with the Portfolio Committee on the 8th of February. That presentation is still very much alive. Safe to say, as the Minister has correctly alluded, that we will talk to a more historical aspect and present to you exactly what has happened over the years and what is currently happening into the system, taking into cognizance that there are issues that members of the Portfolio Committee have sharply raised with the Minister and Ismangaliso. So, Chairperson, I think I will just talk to that. There will be no presentation unless you would want me to flight the presentation which we shared with you on the 8th.
Chairperson.
Honorable C.
Thank you very much. I had my hand up, Honorable Chairperson. Thank you. Chairperson, I think, you know, we were running out of time, firstly. We have other commitments, and this meeting should have ended actually at 1 o'clock. We received a presentation. We know the history. We know the background. But what we know also as a portfolio committee, that we had 5 or 6 groupings that came to us, that made an impassioned plea, stating to us what the socio-economic impacts of what Mr. Bukosini and his team are doing in that area is having on them. And we listened very carefully. And you know, last night I read through this again, you know, the small-scale farmers and others, what they are saying to us. The basic request is that they require immediate surgery in that area, the cleaning of the rivers and the cleaning of the drains, which will assist in some way to address the problems that they have while the panel continues doing their work. And I think that's what we want to hear from Mr. Bukosini and his team today. I think we know about the court case, we know about 2017, but it was only for a certain part of the commercial farmers. And really, Chairperson, you know, it was a resolution of this committee that they must come back within 7 days and tell us why they cannot agree to the cleaning of the rivers and the drains as a temporary measure while the panel continues with its work. I don't know if I'm right or wrong in that aspect, but that's my understanding of the purpose of today's meeting, because we've gone through this before. And I hope Mr. Bukosini can respond to that. What have they done since hearing us in the last meeting about this matter in terms of consulting with the affected communities and coming up to a solution? Thank you.
It's fine, Honorable Singh. I see the end of Honorable Phillips. I don't think it's fair to presuppose what is going to be presented, because my belief is that there might be some additions over and above what we have received. But I will tap in the wisdom of members of the committee. Honorable Phillips.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'd just like to reinforce what Honorable Singh has just said. And what I would like to mention is that the court case that is being referred to had actually had nothing to do with clearing the rivers and the drains. It was about opening or closing the mouth artificially. The court case also only involved the commercial farmers. It did not address any of the concerns of the small-scale farmers, the tourism sector, or the fishers. And then the court case also made a lot of reliance on the Jeff project. Now, since then, the Jeff project has been completed or mostly completed, and it actually turned into an unmitigated disaster, where the sand that was pumped away was not pumped far enough away, and it was actually deposited back against the banks by the sea because there is a constructive coastline happening in that area, and that the ground that was pumped away actually then ended up coming back into shore and making the bank higher. So those things need to all be taken into consideration. And as Honorable Singh said, we are here to try and get an immediate solution. These people can't wait another 6 weeks. So if we're not going to help them with some kind of mitigating effect, then is there some kind of financial help that can be given to them immediately, some kind of disaster relief? Because that's what these people are experiencing. They are experiencing a disaster, and we need to step in and offer them some kind of relief. Thank you very much.
All right, I hear you, honorable members. Can we take the presentation with all due respect from Mr. Bukosini, and so that we are able to interact with it and raise our areas of displeasure and dissatisfaction from what is going to present. Mr. Bukosini?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Thank you very much. I think, Chairperson, it would be ideal that before we respond, we deal with particular facts as honorable members are raising, so that we can be on the same page and we can have the same understanding of all the issues, and then we will come to the questions as they are being asked to us. I think the first fact, Honorable Chairperson, that we want to bring to the fore is the fact that the farms that we are talking about, commercial and small scale, they are all on the floodplain. Umfolozi River that we're talking about, which is not necessarily in our area of mandate or operation, is canalized and it's there on the farms, and it is still canalized to date. The floodplain, as I presented before, is no longer serving its ecological function as it used to a number of years before, which is to be a sponge before it enters into the system. This now means that all the sediment which ends up being silt in the system, in the estuary, is no longer stopped from entering the system because the sponge that used to be there is no longer there. So basically, it is again another fact that the St. Lucia estuary has been humanly interfered with for many, many years and until to date. We've mentioned the issue of the court case, which members have indicated that they are well aware of that and the implications of that. But what is key in terms of our explanation and response in as far as that court case is concerned is that despite where you are breaching, if you are to breach for any other purpose, that breaching will be considered unlawful in the context of the current regulatory framework which we have, which I will talk to later on. Which basically means that if we were, as Ismangaliso and the department, do anything in terms of the maintenance of that estuary, we would have to do that in accordance with the approved estuary management plan and the applicable regulatory framework that is there. Another fact here is that the farms, as we all know, are inundated, and it's a fact that we can't dispute. Inundated with water, and business and livelihoods are grossly affected, and we all know that. But it is also important to note the report of the estuary management plan, where it talks in the main with the categorization of this estuary that we're talking about. It says that that estuary, in terms of the present ecological status, the PS, is actually category D, meaning that it is largely modified. There has been gross human interference. But at the same time, on the other hand, it recognizes the same estuary as a very highly important because it gives it a score of about 93. Now, this brings me, Honorable Chairperson, to what the Minister was talking about, to providing you with the background to say, if we were, just to be direct, if we were to do anything on the estuary, it would have to be in accordance with the estuary management plan. The history that the Minister is talking about is based on the fact that post the GF5 project, there were concerns, and the concerns were not different from what we are getting today and what the portfolio committee has today. And the concerns were around the issue that there is inundation of water from the farms. There are mosquitoes. The commercial and small scale farmers are not in a position to farm purely because of the backflooding that is caused by the fact that there is no natural opening of the mouth, and water goes back in terms of it flows back to the farms and inundates the farms. Now, understanding all those issues, social, business, scientific concerns, and many others, because from a scientific point of view, some people were concerned that if nothing is being done now in terms of the system, we may soon see an estuary that is changing from an estuary into a lake, and after that it will change because of the infestation of reed, siltation, and so on. It may then convert into becoming a wetland, and that's a situation that nobody would really want to see, taking into cognizance that this is a Ramsar site, and this is the very reason why also Ismangaliso was inscribed as a World Heritage Site as well. Now, that resulted or culminated into a number of engagements between ourselves as Ismangaliso, the traditional authority, including Sokulu and Mkwanazi, which will be your Dugu as well as Sokulu on the southern part of the park. In those discussions, we invited and we had representatives that were appointed by the respective Amakosi to have meetings with us. We also had farmers who were represented from UCOSP and Chairperson. We have all the names of the people that we were sitting with in those meetings. We had people from the Ratepayers Association. We had people from the business fraternity. All discussions that were being held in those different meetings that we held in trying to find a solution, as the committee is also trying to find a solution, pointed towards a solution to say, let's put our heads together and come up with a solution that we are all going to own up. And a solution that we are going to come up with is a solution that is going to be in accordance with the regulatory framework that is used in the management of that estuary, so that we are not found wanting when it comes to how we manage the estuary, given the fact that it is the sole reason, it's one of the reasons that Ismangaliso was inscribed as a World Heritage Site in 1999. Now, the symposium chairperson engagements culminated into a number of resolutions, but for the sake of this meeting, I'm going to summarize. The first solution was to say that the symposium acknowledges that the system is under pressure. The system acknowledges that the Jeff Fry project, whose main aim was to reconnect the Imfolozi River with the estuary, was also a good gesture, but it had its own limitations, especially because of what Honorable, I don't know whether it was Honorable Weber or Phillips mentioned, that it led to a situation where the soil that was removed when they were doing the spoil, it ended up being on the dune, which then ended up creating the beach berm, which made it very difficult even during very high seasons for the sea to connect with the estuary, despite the fact then it landed the system to be a freshwater lake system. So that is the complication that the Jeff 5 project brought about. Now, noting those challenges and limitations of the Jeff 5 project, the symposium resolved on the following, that an adaptive management system needs to be taken into cognizance. But for immediate purposes, taking into account that the system is at risk, there needs to be an assisted breach. And that assisted breach will have to be conducted in a process which will include skimming the beach berm, which includes nudging the system to allow the seawater during heavy rain seasons to be able to flow. And that indeed, in the report, Chairperson, that we've submitted, indicated that that exercise indeed led to that opening of the mouth. And when the mouth was opened, there was that flow in terms of from the sea or from the ocean into the estuary. And during that time, Wild Oceans, that we are working with, a non-governmental organization, put receivers just to monitor the movement of fish from the ocean or from the sea into the estuary, and from the estuary into the sea, as well as the issue of the movement or the removal of the siltation or the silt from the estuary into the sea. That was evident enough, and I think there are pictures in the report that depict that. And in my presentation on the 8th, that's the issue that we were trying to demonstrate, that indeed that happened. But the decision in terms of where to open was an issue. It was an issue on a sense that, and the reason for opening, the area where we could open in accordance with the estuarine management plan, which is provided for in terms of the regulatory framework that I talked about earlier on, suggested that we must open in an area which is closer to the mouth itself. And that is exactly where opening took place. And opening, the act of opening, as far as the symposium resolutions were concerned, were for ecological reasons, because you would only be able to do that only for ecological reasons. This is now based on the fact that in the court case, which the minister was talking about, which is why we keep highlighting it, the court ruled that Ismangaliso can perform these functions, but it can do all this that it is doing for ecological reasons, not for any other reason. So the deliberations in the symposium mentioned that we are all together in this. It may relieve the pressure and it may not. But if it doesn't, we are all going to own up that it has not. But because we have agreed as a symposium that it's an adaptive management system that must be implemented, we will then see after opening how the system behaves, because we will install monitoring mechanisms and we will extrapolate data which will indicate the activity that we've implemented, the effectiveness of the activity that we've undertaken. So we've done that. And thirdly, there was a long-term solution as part of the resolution of a climate change adaptation strategy that needs to be developed as part of managing this, because the global warming issue was also considered to be one of the contributing factors over and above the issue of human intervention in the state of the estuary or the Lake St. Lucia estuary. After doing what I have just presented, we did it on the 6th, and I think somewhere around the 13th or 18th, there was an open letter which was written to the minister, raising concerns on the act or the activity that we had undertaken. It is upon that the minister decided that she must now appoint an independent panel of scientists, social scientists, and business people who will then look into this with specific terms of reference that I also presented, and then provide her with a response, one, to indicate whether we did really adhere to the estuarine management plan and maintenance plan when we were opening, look into the socio-economic issues as well, so that we don't only look at the scientific or ecological issues when dealing with the issue of the estuary, as well as business issues. The panel of experts has been on the ground, engaging with different stakeholders, establishing the facts from the stakeholders themselves. They have interviewed me. We have provided them with all the documents that relate to the activity. Now, the minister is awaiting that report, as she indicated, at the end of March. If we get a pressure now that, as the honorable members are indicating, that we must go and clean the system. Cleaning the system would basically mean, if I may just translate that, it would basically mean that we must go and maintain the system. It will basically mean that we must go and remove the silt manually. It basically means that we must go and remove the reed manually. It basically means that we must go back and monitor or manage the backflooding. And those issues, as I indicated earlier on, are issues that can only be done in accordance with the estuarine management and maintenance plan. Now, in the absence of the final report from the minister to determine whether when we did what we did it accordingly, or what are the issues that are involved in this. The difficulty is that if we were to act again, it would once again raise another issue. And the issue that is at play here, honorable members, is the fact that Ismangaliso is a World Heritage Site. The State of Conservation report that is submitted to UNESCO on regular basis, and the complaint that I am talking about is also with UNESCO. The fact that the minister is awaiting a report is known to UNESCO. Now, if we were to jump now that process and do anything other than looking at that report and try and implement those recommendations on the basis of that, it would basically mean that from a regulatory framework point of view, we are being delinquent as Ismangaliso, and we are not implementing or managing the park in accordance with the prescripts. So that is where we are, Chairperson and members of the Portfolio Committee. It is not that Ismangaliso and the minister are against what is being proposed, but what we are saying is that it will have to be looked into in accordance with the applicable regulatory framework, which establishes the very same entity, Ismangaliso. And that would be our submission, Chairperson. Thank you very much for now.
Thank you, Mr. CEO. Honorable Singh, your hand is up. Honorable Phillips, can I take other hands? Honorable members. All right, Honorable Singh, please proceed.
Yeah, no, thank you very much, Chairperson, and thank you to Mr. Bukosini for that presentation. But there are a few things that I've highlighted from his presentation, and I've marked them here. One, Mr. Bukosini agrees, and in his own words, he says, business and livelihoods are grossly affected. That is the submission that we received, that businesses and livelihoods are grossly affected. The question is, how do we respond to that in the short term? Now, he talks about an estuarine maintenance and management plan. Now, perhaps, I don't attend all the meetings because of my other commitments, but I don't know if we've seen that plan. What does it entail? And what are the impediments in ensuring that cleaning of the drains and the reeds, as he spoke about, takes place in terms of the plan? Does that plan say you can't do that? Does that plan say you must now wait until the end of March for some report which will be presented to the minister? And I know the minister is very quick in looking at these reports. And by the time you look at action, it will be end of June when most of these people here would have completely, out of pocket. So I'm failing to understand. We all appreciate the problem. We all appreciate the cries of the community. But we are not responding. We are saying that, well, we're bound by UNESCO and here and there because somebody reported to UNESCO. Well, I'm in touch with Amakosi in that area. And I don't want to get into the politics of that area, Chairperson, because, this is not a political meeting and we don't bring politics. But I'm in touch with Amakosi and people on the ground. And they are quite fed up about what is happening in that area. And with respect, Mr. Bukosini, we're not getting answers. You know, Mangaliso is kicking for touch here. Let's wait for this report. Let's do this. Let's do that. And I said it the last time, and I don't want to repeat again. And I don't want to speak again in this meeting, where I said, listen, you know, we are now even out. ICU is not even the place. We're in CCU. As far as what I read from communities are coming, and as far as what Mr. Bukosini says. I watched a program a week or two ago about an Angolan coast and the estuarine fish life there. And it was beautiful to see how when they opened the estuary, and I'm not saying we must do that, how they opened it and the fish life and everything else. I mean, they spoke about, I mean, I saw prehistoric fish and all sorts of things. So I fail to understand in my small mind, we appreciate the problem. But we're just not saying that we're going to do anything about it. We're kicking for touch, like in rugby. So I am quite distressed, Honorable Chairperson, after speaking to people, and I really don't know what to do anymore. And the Minister and his Mangaliso has got to come up with some practical solution that they can talk to communities about, and then tell us what's going to be done, if anything at all. But don't fall back on plans and estuarine maintenance and all which we haven't seen. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Singh. Honorable Phillips.
Thank you so much, Chair. Chair, I think I just need to emphasize again that this is not the estuary that we are talking about. This is the river and the drains that we are talking about at this stage. Yes, the rivers do feed the estuary, but the intervention is not going to be in the estuary. It's going to be in the rivers and the drains. That's the first thing. The department or the representative from Isimangaliso admits that there's been a constant issue and discussions and since the Jeff 5 project. But this has just been going on and on and on. Are we putting UNESCO ahead of our own residents? Surely the well-being of South Africans should be our number one priority. And that must be conveyed. And if it's not, is UNESCO going to help these small-scale farmers, fishers, commercial farmers, and tourism people to actually survive this if we are putting UNESCO and the World Heritage Site above our own people? If UNESCO is not going to help to provide any money for these people, is the government going to do it? And if they're not, how do they expect our people in St. Lucia to actually live? Because at the moment, they're not. They're going hungry, they're eking out an existence, they're going into bankruptcy, and lives are being lost. And this is not right. And that's why the urgency is here. Another 6 weeks, another 6 months, another 6 years. We cannot keep going like that. We need a decision. We need a date. And if the farmers can't clean the rivers and the drains, show us the part in the estuarine management plan where it says they can't do that, please. Thank you very much.
Honorable Kunu.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. And thank you for the presentation. My network seems to be a challenge. I will not open the video so that I can be heard. And thank you for all the explanation by both the Minister and the CEO. The issues of St. Lucia or of Isimangaliso and this estuary, yes, I agree. They do need our attention, and they are very important for our farmers. And the fact that the mouth was opened after that after the symposium, it's one important factor that we need to take into consideration. I agree with the fact that we allow the minister so that she takes she gets the proper advice and everything after everything that has happened, because
And we need to consult more because we have the scientists on the other side, we have the farmers, but we also have those indigenous groups that have, for instance, the Sokulu group, the Guanibela group, the Guanibela community, the Sokulu group, so that when we get to a decision, when the department takes a decision that this is where the mouth should be opened, and this is how it should be opened, because I believe we need that expertise and those advices. This is where and how do we open it so that it does not affect all the people. And the other thing that one has learned is that we do have the subsistence farmers that are really affected, but also we do all the farmers are affected, but some have the ability, to avert or redirect water because of the resources, and others they don't. So we need to look at all those things as we continue, so that we are able to cover almost everybody when it comes to those issues, the issues, and also attending to attending to the economy of that area. It's a tricky thing to do, but we do need a thorough investigation, so that whatever decision that will be taken, we will not come back again as it had happened with the first opening after the symposium. So all of us were agreeing, and we have one mind of opening. That's my contribution, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Kunu. Honorable Phillips, is that an old hand?
Sorry, yes, Chair, it is. I'll remove it now.
All right. Any further takers on this matter, honorable members? Before we allow the CEO of Ismangaliso to respond. The Honorable Paulsen. Honorable Paulsen, you can take the floor.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, the presenter kept referring to a system. Now I imagine that's the system of the river and the estuary. And as the Honorable Phillips correctly said, it's more than just that. It's upstream on that river, and the pains of the farmers up there were upstream. And I'd like to know what sort of engagements have they had with all the affected parties, other than the scientists and specialists who were advising as to how the problems could be resolved in the system. I want to know what sort of engagements they have with those who are affected by it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Paulsen. Mr. Bukosini.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you, honorable members, for the questions. Maybe let me start, Chairperson, by saying that we all understand the frustration, and we understand it even much better because we are on the ground and we're meeting the communities and the affected stakeholders on a daily basis. So we really do understand, and we are very also understanding in terms of the frustrations that are considered or that are being raised here. And we've been working with the communities and the stakeholders on the same matters as I indicated earlier on. Let me come back to the issue, Honorable Singh. You talk about that, the fact that I have acknowledged myself that business and livelihood are closely affected. Yes, that is true. I did. Because I am aware, and I've been on these farms, both commercial as well as subsistence farms. And as I indicated in my earlier presentation, one fact that we must not forget is that these farms, based on my physical inspection and the reports, scientific and otherwise, they are on a floodplain, both commercial as well as subsistence farms. So one fact is that in one way or another, these farms are going to be inundated with water. And that, I think, is something that we cannot dispute. It is for the same reason that commercial farmers who had the necessary equipment were able to even canalize the river in Mfolozi. But by also doing so, it presented other problems to the system itself, because it basically meant that you are now allowing water to flow and the debris now into the system, which then causes us these problems that we're talking about, the issue of the sediment or the siltation in the estuary itself now, but also over and above that into the river itself. And the canalization, I must also mention, the canalization of the river in Mfolozi in the main also flows into Msunduzi. And Chairperson, if I may explain, the two rivers that I'm talking about are not necessarily inside the park. The canalization flows into Msunduzi, which is Mfolozi is a high velocity river, which means that it flows very fast. Msunduzi is a very low velocity river, which means that it is flowing very slowly. Now, the canalization also takes water from Mfolozi into Msunduzi, and as it goes to Msunduzi, the farms of the small-scale farmers get affected, meaning that the water that comes from Mfolozi, which is drained from the commercial farms, also have an impact on the small-scale farms as well. And the small-scale farmers do not have that ability to drain water in their own farms. So you have a double type of a problem. In terms of the practical solution that Honorable Singh is asking, I think we are all eager to find that practical solution. And in my presentation on the 8th, I said, understanding that this is a very complex and complicated matter, we are of the view as a Ismangaliso that this is not a problem which should be a problem for Ismangaliso and the department alone. The history that the minister was talking about goes back to even mention how did we find ourselves in this problem. We found ourselves in this problem because of the then Department of Land Affairs allowing farmers to farm on the floodplain. And that was a government decision then. And it is a problem of today's government. And therefore, today's government must also take responsibility and find a government solution to this, because if we are limiting it to Ismangaliso and the department, chances are it may be very difficult to find a solution. And you will see this as I respond to Honorable Phillips in the next question that she raised. Honorable Phillips correctly states that no, they are not talking about the estuary itself or the system itself, but they are talking about draining and removing the silt in the rivers themselves. A simple answer, Honorable Phillips, is that from an Ismangaliso point of view, that is not our mandate. That area that you're talking about is outside of Ismangaliso. The farms are outside of Ismangaliso. They are on the other end. So if you were to want to do this, the first action would be to make sure that there is environmental authorization, but the relevant department in terms of the implementation of that will be water and sanitation. So there now you can see that this is not a one department or entity issue. It's now different departments. So this requires a government approach than a one department or one entity solution. And that is our proposal, and that has been our proposal for quite some time. Honorable Paulson, you're asking about the engagements with the affected parties. There has been a number of engagements, and those engagements are built on the premise that Ismangaliso has a stakeholder engagement and management strategy, which seeks to ensure that we engage with all the partners and all the stakeholders in all the issues that pertain to the management of Ismangaliso. In this case in particular, Amakosi that are mainly affected in the main will be Inkosi Sokulu as well as Inkosi Mkhwanazi. And I have said in my earlier presentation that Inkosi Sokulu established his own delegation, and he invited me into a meeting where he introduced the delegation, and we started working with the delegation. Inkosi Mkhwanazi did the same, and we're working with Inkosi with that delegation. And we've been reporting on regular basis. The challenges that we are experiencing are challenges that they know. The issue, shortly after opening, we also went to them to present that, yes, we have opened. And the issues that water is not moving out of the farms was also presented. And we did indicate that, yes, we acknowledge that. Unfortunately, at the present moment, there is nothing that we can do. As we were dealing with this matter, we then received a letter of complaint from the scientists, which was sent to the minister in the form of an open letter. Now, that is what we're trying to deal with now. It does not mean by any chance that we are ignoring or undermining the plight of these communities. No, we are saying that the issues that they are raising they are not genuine. It's the fact that whatever that we do as an entity, we must do it within the prescribes of the existing applicable regulation, regulatory framework, not necessarily for the purposes of only pleasing UNESCO, but also for maintaining our World Heritage status, which has high economic impacts in the province and the country at large in terms of the tourism and other opportunities. So, summing up, Chairperson, I would say, going back to the government solution, the only possible solution that I can see, taking into cognizance that the issue of artificial dredging was done many decades ago, and we must also acknowledge that it did not solve the problem completely. It only made it better for a very short period of time, and the situation would go back to what it is or what it was. I still see, and I am still adamant that the solution here is alternative land. There could be other solutions, but it's alternative land so that those who are in agricultural activities would be allowed an opportunity to farm without disturbance, because for as long as they are farming in the estuary, the fact still remains they will be disturbed and there will be losses and there will be these types of complaints, and it will definitely affect their situations, whether business or from a subsistence point of view. So that is the position, and that would be our responses, Chairperson. Thank you.
All right, CEO, thank you very much. Honorable Paulsen, is that the old head? Honorable Paulsen?
No, then, yes, sorry. Chairperson,
You're muted, Honorable Paulsen.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, just a follow-up. I'd like to know these stakeholder engagements, whether they, in terms of what the attendance is like of the affected farmers, and whether, because these are subsistence farmers, so are these engagements held that's easily accessible to these small-scale farmers, or do you just have a meeting for the sake of compliance and say we've called a meeting, the attendance was good, the attendance was bad, or do we make sure that we actually have meetings in areas accessible to everyone and where they can give where they can express themselves, and whether, you know, and actually we show that we have consideration for what they're saying. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Last bite, Honorable C.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Chairperson. I did say that I wanted to leave. I've got to rush to the airport at 2 o'clock to fly to Cape Town. But I think Mr. Bukosini has, in his summing up, he's indicated, well, listen, it seems that this is not going to be a problem that can be resolved in the way that is being suggested, either by scientists or by communities. He's spoken about history. He's spoken about the fact that those farms should not be there. They are in a floodplain. And yes, but you see, the thing is, when they've been allowed to be there and they've had an income and that income is being affected, perhaps, Madam Minister, you need to tell us whether or not at a broader level, can government do anything about this? Because it seems that there's going to be this continued challenge between the farmers and the estuary. And we want to preserve the estuary, etc. We want to preserve its pristine nature, you know, that the fact that it's a World Heritage Site. So maybe this is an area that one must start looking at. You know, we allow people to go and reside in floodplains and build informal settlements. Ivory Park is a classic example. Government allows it, but when there's a flood, it is government that comes to the rescue of those people. We go and build them houses, we do this, which we have to do because we are human beings, and that's the role of government. So I'm saying, is there another way out here? Are we just harping on the wrong solution? Is there another way out? But what I'm saying is there has to be a way out, because, you know, this has been the thing over years, Minister. And then, you know, surely, you know, we've got to find that way out. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Singh. Before I invite the Minister and the CEO, just from my point, CEO, you spoke about an alternative land. I just wanted to check, have we identified this land perhaps where we're able to relocate these people? Has a study perhaps been conducted on what are the financial implications that it may have? I'm just saying, if you were to present that to the department and the ministry, to say that an alternative land has been identified, does it have cost implications, and who will have to come to the rescue of the department? I'm ventilating on that because that is one of the options that you are presenting, because it is my conviction that you are on daily basis dealing with this matter, and as such, because you are the managing authority, it is expected of you to provide us with viable options under the circumstances. But lastly, on the proposal of that there should be a multi-stakeholder forum, for instance, or various government departments to deal with the removal of silts and reeds. How far have you went as an entity? Has the process commenced yet? Or this is what you are likely to start very soon? And if so, by when? And so that we put it on record. The conversation, in line with the question asked by Honorable Paulsen, is the conversation ongoing with the affected stakeholders? If indeed those meetings are sitting, how is the response been, including with UNESCO? Or have we reached the dead end, and there are no longer negotiations going on? I will invite you and then invite the minister to sum up so that we wrap up. Thank you, Honorable Mr. Bukosini.
Thank you, Chairperson. Maybe starting with Honorable Paulsen, checking on whether the meetings that we hold with these stakeholders, especially small-scale farmers, whether are they just for compliance purposes? No, they're not for compliance. We take our stakeholders very seriously. It is precisely for that reason that we, under the guidance of the department,
CEO,
had to develop a stakeholder engagement strategy, which seeks to honestly, yes, Chairperson?
Yeah, we almost lost you there.
Okay. I was saying that we've developed the stakeholder engagement strategy. Am I still audible, Chairperson?
Yeah, you're very clear. Proceed.
Okay. We developed a stakeholder engagement strategy, which is monitored by our board and the department in terms of its implementation. So we don't hold meetings for the sake of compliance. The people that were sent to us by Inkosi, they are represented. And if you look at the minutes of the meeting that we hold with them, you can see that they are truly contributing and they have a historical knowledge of the system itself. And they've provided very valuable information and input even into the symposium as well. So they were not just participating for the sake of participating. So I just want to confirm that those who we are working with from the side of Amakosi and from the side of the farmers themselves, the commercial farmers, are people who are capable and who do contribute in those meetings. In the first place, they are also the ones who are really initiated these meetings, and we have honored to the last of. The next issue, Honorable Singh, that you are talking about, I think it falls squarely on what I am proposing to say. Maybe this is an issue that needs to be elevated to a government issue, and government must step in as government. And government, probably in this case, would be different stakeholders who can come in and brainstorm a number of possible solutions so that this matter could be dealt with. And I think the approach, even when we look at it from a government point of view, it would be necessary that the stakeholders become part of that, so that the proposed solutions should be those that will also include the stakeholders' views and opinions on the matter. Honorable, sorry, there's a background, Honorable Modisa.
I apologize, it was my phone ringing. Proceed to you.
Thank you. Honorable Modisa, you're asking whether have we identified this particular land and what are the financial implications, the multi-stakeholder forum, and whether the negotiations with the UNESCO have come to a dead end. In terms of whether we've identified this piece of land, not yet, Honorable Modisa, and therefore would not have answers in terms of the financial implications. But what I have done to date is to try and secure a meeting with Department of Land Affairs here in Richards Bay. I'm still waiting for them to come back to me to indicate their availability, just to see whether we can start engaging on this matter, to see whether around the area is there a possibility of an alternative farm that could be bought, especially for small-scale farmers, and whether there could be farms that could be bought to look into the issue of the commercial farmers. Those are issues that we would want to deliberate upon, and when that is a possibility, we can then engage all the stakeholders to say this is another possible solution into this matter. Because as I said earlier on, for as long as these activities are conducted on the floodplain, we will forever have these challenges. Even if we would go and clean the drains and do sort out the reeds and so on, these problems will forever be there because inundation of these farms will continue to be there nonetheless. The multi-stakeholder forum is an approach that we talked about. With UNESCO, we're not necessarily in negotiations with UNESCO. UNESCO is just checking the extent to which we as an entity are still managing the World Heritage Site in accordance with the main features that made them to agree or inscribe this park as a World Heritage Site, which will be your ecological, the superlative natural phenomena, as well as the biological diversity. And those three key factors include the estuary, especially this one, the Lake St. Lucia being the largest one, because we're managing three, which is Lake St. Lucia, Nkobozeleni, and the Kosi Bay one. So that is where we are. So they monitor us in terms of what is called a state of conservation report. So that is how far we are with UNESCO, Honorable Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Honorable Minister Chrissy.
Chairperson, I think when we began this discussion a couple of weeks ago, I indicated that the issue of sustainable development is the founding principle of environmental law in our country. And there are three aspects to sustainable development. There's environmental protection, there's economic development, and there's social upliftment. Now, this fundamental principle has to guide everything that we do. That is the reason, honorable members, when I appointed this panel, I didn't just appoint hydrologists and ecologists. I also appointed an economist and a social scientist. And the reason in doing this is that we have to reach a conclusion on this matter. This matter has been in debate for a considerable period of time. And there was a previous management authority which leaned in the direction of only ecological solutions. There was, as we've heard, the whole history of this matter, the court case, and so on. But the purpose of appointing this panel is so that we can have proper guidelines for how we go forward with all three aspects of our approach to sustainable development. I don't know what is in the report, because I think that one wants to allow the experts the space. But I do know that they have been on the ground, and I do know that they have worked and visited the stakeholders who are deeply affected, as honorable members have indicated. Now, one expects that ultimately they must be having pointers for us on not just the management of the estuary, but the management of the catchment as a whole. Now, I am pleading with honorable members that when we have that report, I think that that report is going to give us not just direct pointers with regard to the estuary itself, but it is also going to give us pointers with regard to the broader management issues. As has been pointed out by Mr. Bukasini, those broader management issues don't just rest with ourselves. They would rest with agriculture, they would rest with water and sanitation, and no doubt there are other provincial and traditional authorities that would be involved. Once we have that report, we can take the holistic approach to resolving this issue. And there are many aspects, no doubt, that would require interventions, as Mr. Mukasini is saying, not just by the Management Authority of St. Lucia, but by government as a whole. Let's wait for that report. As you know, honorable members, I'm thorough in the work that I do. And I'm also thorough in following up. So let us get the report. And then obviously we can start to engage in the kind of discussion we were having earlier with other relevant departments. I think the approach that the Portfolio Committee is taking, that where there are integrated issues, we need to bring in the other role players, is a very helpful approach. And I think that in due course, when we have this report and when we bring this report to the Portfolio Committee with its recommendations, we will then be able to see what else can we do in this matter. We are committed to ensuring that Isimangaliso lives in harmony with its neighbors. We are committed to ensuring that the neighbors of Isimangaliso benefit from having the park there. And we look forward to the report so that it can properly guide us as to exactly what the nature of our relationship with our neighbors needs to be. The commitment I can give today is that where there are matters extraneous to the park itself, I will use my relationships in the broader government to ensure that we can get a cooperative approach with broader departments to resolving this issue. But let's get the report and let's use that report as the basis for whatever other engagements we would want to have with other departments so that we have not just a total solution to this issue, but a lasting and sustainable solution to this issue. Thank you very much, Honourable Madise.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. Honourable members, I think the Portfolio Committee should resolve unequivocally to wait for the report and see what are the recommendations. The department, when presenting to us, they will then have to devise means based on the recommendation of the report and the approach that they are going to take and present to the Portfolio Committee. With that being said, that is the decision of the meeting. Can we then move to the next item, which I believe should be closure? Chileka?
Yeah, correct, Mr. Madise, it's the next agenda item is the closure.
Honorable Phillips, I see there are hands of Honorable Phillips and Honorable C.
Yeah, just very quickly, Chair, before I leave, I don't know if we can say it's a decision of the committee. I still make an appeal to the minister, for a report to take as long as it does. And I know they're going in a lot of detail, etc. But she must please try and use her influence to see if she can get that report sooner rather than later. Getting 2 weeks earlier, that report will allow us, when we go there to St. Lucia, to actually talk to the report. So, Minister, I'm just making an appeal to you on behalf of all concerned that see if you can apply pressure to get that report sooner rather than later. And I'm sure, people, they can do it if they are asked to do so from yourself. Thank you.
We note that, Honorable Singh, Minister, there's a plea that you use your influence to get the report earlier than anticipated. Honorable Phillips.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I'd actually like to echo what Honourable Singh said. I don't think that this can be considered to be a decision of the committee. I would like a footnote to say that I actually am very disappointed that there's been no immediate solution offered for the farmers and the tourism and the small fishers in the area, and that they have to now wait another 6 weeks without any kind of income because this is dragging out for another 6 weeks. So please, if you could note my very sincere disappointment in the fact that we haven't been able to offer these people any kind of short-term solution. Thank you very much.
It's noted, Honorable Phillips. Honorable Nkunu.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the input by the Minister and the CEO. Honorable Chair, I fully agree with the Honorable Chairperson that we wait for the report. And if you have been in that area, you really feel that we need a full report that is going to assist us to have a solution that is going to both assist the farm and also the subsistence farmers and the commercial farmers that are there, the communities that are there, and also Ismangaliso in resolving that matter. And also, Chair, that whilst we continue, whilst we're waiting for, we also encourage, Chair, the engagement of the portfolio committees that are concerned. I mean, the portfolio committees, whilst the minister is also engaging the departments that are concerned. Thank you, Chair.
Chairperson, Chairperson, I'd like to echo the sentiments of the Honourable Phillips once again, that the small-scale farmers and the commercial farmers, they are suffering, and all we're going to do is do an investigation, have stakeholder meetings, and there's no relief for them whatsoever, and the department is not doing anything, not appealing to government, assist these people. You know, these are our people. They are starving there. They can't earn a living through no fault of their own. So I'm appealing to the minister. Speak to your counterpart in Dalard. See what you can do to assist these farmers. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honourables Paulsen. Thank you, honourable members. I believe the minister is still here. She's here. She has noted your plead and your requests. With that being said, the emotive nature of this discussion has once again risen in this portfolio committee. With all that has been discussed, the department has noted, and Ismangaliso has also taken notes home. We hope for the best. We understand the ecological, the hydrological, the social, economic, and scientific discussions that took place today. It is in our interest to continue to help our people. It is my belief and conviction that the department holds the same conviction, and that a solution will be found in the near future. Honorable members, with that being said, I wish to take this opportunity to thank you for your indulgence, your participation, all the stakeholders, people who take keen interest in the deliberations that take place in this portfolio committee. Thank you for being here. We all meet in the plenary in the National Assembly, and the meeting is adjourned. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Acting Chairperson.
Thank you.
Thank you.